Justice Watchers, before we begin, I want to make this absolutely clear. The following broadcast contains public domain courtroom footage, commentary, and legal analysis. This content is presented under the Fair Use Doctrine as defined by 17 U.S.C. 107 and is protected by multiple Supreme Court rulings, which you see below. This stream is transformative, educational, and journalistic in nature. It includes original commentary, trial breakdowns, legal interpretation, and critical analysis, not raw redistribution. We do not claim ownership over any public domain footage, and all use is strictly within legal bounds. If you're watching this content, you're engaging in a protected, transformative experience, grounded in law, never in speculation. And if anyone has a problem with that, take it up with Campbell, Brady, Miranda, and Irvin. Remember, guys, justice always works better when we watch. So keep watching.
All right, you may be seated. All right, any issues before we bring the jury back in? Apparently not. All right, let's bring the jurors back in. back, members of the jury, any issues as far as hearing or seeing anything about the case at all? All right. What says the state? Very good.
Come on, this way, please, detective.
Good morning, Detective Anderson.
Morning.
So before we get too far into it, there's a couple things I want to clear up with you. We had a little bit of a numbering issue with two of the exhibits. What was previously doubled up as states 271 has been renumbered states 275. Could you just tell us what that is, 275?
That's the authenticity for the Facebook records from Noah Cole.
Okay, and I think the court previously entered it in as 271, but we're going to ask to enter it in as 275.
Any objection? It's admitted as 275.
And I'm showing you states 276, which I believe yesterday had been numbered 272, doubled up. Is that the video of the confession that we watched last thing on Monday afternoon?
Yes, this is the first interview of Shelby Nealy.
Okay. And so, Judge, I believe we previously admitted this as 272. We'd ask to admit it as 276 instead.
Okay, granted.
Thank you. All right, Detective Anderson, now that we got the numbering cleared up. A couple things. So we were all here. We watched that first video. A couple things. So there was some discussion about things pawned or traded in. Did you or other law enforcement officers do a lot of follow-up to go to different pawn shops or video game store in Ohio to retrieve or recover any of those items?
We did in Florida and Ohio.
Okay. Also, there was some discussion about Laura's phone. The defendant had indicated he had been sending some of the text messages, I believe, that we previously saw from that phone, and that he'd been regularly searching to see if 3 bodies had been found in Florida. And then he indicated what he did with that phone. Did you follow up, or you and Ohio authorities follow up on that information?
We did. If you watch the video, the detective was brought in from Lakewood PD. Shelby describes the area where he threw the phone out and approximately the speed he was going. They sent a patrol officer out there from Lakewood PD, and the phone was actually recovered in that area. It was in several pieces, but it was the old school slide phone with the keyboard, as he described.
Okay. And did you recover both phones or just one of the phones?
Just one.
Now, over the course of the interview, you appear to be friendly, understanding, appreciative of the defendant. Were those techniques that you were using?
Yes.
Okay. And why do you do that?
As I said before, when you're discussing something in the interview, especially of a nature like this, you want to keep them talking. You want to appear understanding to the reasoning behind that, because it's very hard for people to talk about something so egregious that they've done, and that, if you react like, oh my gosh, I can't believe you did that, they're more apt to shut down and go, okay, well, this person doesn't understand why I did this. So if you appear understanding to their belief of why they did it, it gives them, you want to keep the train moving. You want to keep them talking.
Okay. Now, that first interview, following that, was there some discussion with other law enforcement officers and agencies about how to proceed?
Yes.
And was it determined that it was a good idea for you to go and have a second interview with the defendant?
Yes.
And for purposes of getting more details, or what exactly?
Yes, I discussed with Sergeant Schlatter he was a detective at the time, from Pasco Sheriff's Office. I spoke with him on the phone, and based on the fact that I had already built a rapport with Shelby, had already spoken with him, coupled with the fact that they didn't think that they were going to be able to get a flight to Ohio until at least later in that day, the decision was made for me to go back and speak with him again. to try to further more details specifically for Pasco's case.
Okay. And did you go in and do that into the police department there?
I did.
And did the defendant continue to agree to speak with you?
He did.
And did you ask him for additional details of the situation with Jamie, as well as get into a little bit more of the situation with Laura, Richard, and Nicholas?
I did.
And what was one of the big differences with what he told you about how Jamie was killed?
The first incident, he advised that he basically strangled her to death and she passed away. And the second interview, he adds that he struck her with a hammer one time, I believe it was the middle of the forehead, to make sure that she was deceased.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 277. You recognize that?
Yes, the second interview disc with Shelby Nealy, then that's my initial signature.
Okay. Is a fair and accurate copy with some redactions?
It is.
Judge, at this time we'd like to move State's 277 into evidence and publish.
Any objections? It's admitted and you may publish.
Judge, that's subject to the previous.
We meet again.
Yeah, I'm in Orange this.
You want to have a seat? Is that more comfortable at least?
Yeah.
I would imagine. I should have known. I should have known.
Get a coffee, my friend?
Could we get a blanket and some coffee? Thank you. Was that? Just black, right? Oh, just black. Yep. All right. Well, as I told you last night, we were both tired. Did you get some rest?
Yeah.
I got a little bit. Not much. A little bit. So.
Before we start,
Yes.
I found out that my kids are
I just asked them about that. Okay. I have an answer for you. Okay. I just specifically talked to the supervisor here, and I said, you know, be very concerned about his kids. And that was my understanding they're with the mother, your mother. He said, no. Right now they're with, I don't know what they call it up here, Child Protective Services in Cleveland. So apparently up here, and they do it in Torah too, I think they have to quicker. They have to basically background check your mother to make sure they're not releasing the kids to somewhere that's going to do them harm. They want a safe environment. So they basically have to call it vetting. You've heard the word vetting. Basically, doing a background check of your mother, making sure that they're releasing your children to somebody that's going to care for their safety. They want the best for the kids. Okay? Which I know that from talking to you, I know you want that. That's your only concern, correct?
right.
Okay.
I have another concern.
Okay.
When I was on the phone with her, she said tomorrow that she's going to Mexico for a week.
Okay. Like a vacation or?
Yeah, because my brother's graduation and shit. This is last year, senior high school.
Okay.
He just beat cancer, all this stuff.
Right.
Is that going to come into effect with CPS? Like, would they at least be able to hold on to my kids until they got back?
Yeah, well, definitely. I mean, they'll keep the kids, from my understanding, they'll keep the kids as long as they need to make sure they're safe. They're not just going to cut them loose. I mean, they can't survive on their own. They're obviously very young children.
I just want to make sure that they don't go to another family because my mom is going to Mexico.
Right. No.
They're not going to be adopted to another family or anything?
No, not to my knowledge. That doesn't happen. I mean, if your mom's there, I mean, it's 10 days. If she was gone for 10 months, you know, that would be obviously be an issue, but we're talking 10 days.
Yeah.
Okay. Before we talk about this, like follow-up questions I want to ask you, I just want to remind you that the form that you signed yesterday, your Miranda warning, that still applies. You understand that? Okay. You still want to speak to me, correct? Okay. I just wanted to make sure I know this is crazy and I'm nitpicking because when I ask you a question, yes or no, not because then people are like, well, would they say yes or did he say no?
Oh, I get it.
Just for the recording, because
Yeah.
all it sounds like is maybe you're clearing your throat on the recording. Okay?
I got you, yes.
Okay. In reference to my case with the 3 individuals, do you remember what color the hammer was?
It was just like
If you don't remember, it's fine.
I really don't. But I promise you it's underneath the bed.
Okay. Well, we recovered it,
Oh, okay.
but I just wanted to know if you remembered the color. No? Okay. And we might shift back to Tarpon case, but the Pasco County detectives and Newport Richey police are at the house right now. To try to find Jamie. They're there actively, like, trying to find her.
They
Okay.
still haven't found her?
I'm sure they will, but they had to get a search warrant for the house.
Right.
And, they have to do it the legal,
Yeah.
straight process. We can't just skip corners. Because you say they're there, we can't just start digging in somebody's yard.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So we have to do the legal process.
Can I get some water too?
Yeah.
Coffee is a little hard.
I remember yesterday you were back and forth. Can we get some water also, please? Thank you. I remember yesterday you were going back and forth. And today, still no bang. I had to get what did I have to sell for today? Some kind of crappy monster. So,
I'm
yeah.
trying to think. Where's your hotel at right now?
Clemens, I think.
Oh, that's why.
Bunch.
They don't really have good gas stations over there.
Yeah. And I'll survive. So anyway, the detectives from Pasco County wanted me to ask you some follow-up questions in reference to Jamie's death. Okay?
Sorry for being difficult.
No, you're fine. Okay? So,
Yes.
what was the approximate time period that you moved into that house on Norwood Avenue? Do you remember when it was that you moved in?
Late October, early November.
Of 17?
Yes.
Okay, and then you said you killed her in the beginning of January
Of 2018.
of 2018, then you moved out at the end of the month.
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember who your landlord was?
Ah, shit.
First-
Nicole was the first name.
Nicole was the first name, and how much did you pay a month?
I think it was like 800 a month.
800 a month. And How many bedrooms was the house?
2 bedrooms.
2 bedroom, 1 bath?
Technically two bath, but the other one was a half bath.
Half bath. So one with a shower, one without a shower.
Mhm.
Okay. And you talked about yesterday, you were telling me that she was coming at your daughter with, I think you said a butcher knife?
Mhm.
And where did she get the butcher knife from?
Oh, we had knives.
Oh, it was a kitchen knife?
Yeah.
Okay. So did you see her retrieve the knife, or where were you at when you first saw the knife? And what was your daughter doing in relation to that?
I was on the floor because she had beat the living shit out of me.
That night?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then she said she was going to go get a knife to kill me. To be honest with you, I didn't really believe it because, I mean, she goes and grabs the stuff and of course she uses it against me, but she doesn't try to take my life.
Right. Was that the first time, like, she had threatened you with a weapon? Normally it was hands?
She threatens me with a weapon all the time.
Okay.
I mean, you can call my mom and
Right.
she'll tell you about incidences that she would come over and I just won't even look like a person anymore, man.
Right. So you're on the floor playing with your daughter?
No, I'm on the floor bleeding.
Oh, from her beating you up?
Yeah.
And where's your daughter?
Trying to get up.
Okay, so you're on the floor bleeding in the living room?
Yes.
Okay, where's your daughter?
She's in the living room.
She's in the living room also playing?
No, she's crying at this point.
Crying because she saw mom beating you up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And then I get up, she tells me to get down. I tell her no. She grabs my arm and cuts it like that. And then, I get down on the ground and Bella won't stop crying. And
So she's got the knife, you get up off the floor?
Yeah.
Or are you still on the floor? You get up off the floor?
I get up, I'm trying to get up off the floor.
Okay.
You gotta remember, I'm dealing with a schizophrenic
Okay.
who is in her aggressive state right now.
In which hand does she have the knife in? Right, left?
That I can't remember.
Do you remember if she was right-handed or left-handed?
She was right.
So
Probably.
most likely it's in her right hand, most likely because we usually use your predominant hand,
Mhm.
but that's an assumption. So she comes into the living room with this butcher knife,
Mhm.
and then you did what again? I missed that.
I got up.
Okay.
She told me to get my ass down. I told her I'm not going to lay on the floor while she has a knife. And then she grabs my arm, cuts it like that. Honestly, I don't really feel it.
Mhm.
I wonder if it was because it was so sharp or something.
Right.
But I instantly start bleeding, and I could see that affected her because this was probably besides this was the deepest that she's ever.
You said there was one on your elbows from a hammer?
Yeah,
And when was that?
that was way beginning of 2017.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. In the same house?
No.
Oh, 2017. I'm sorry, that was 2018. I apologize.
No. Sorry.
Okay, so she cuts you, then what happens?
Then she kind of starts panicking and seeing the blood and everything. And then my daughter is still screaming frantically, and she says she's going to make that kid shut the fuck up. And then she goes over there with the knife raised, and honestly, I don't think she was comprehending what she was doing at this point.
Okay.
I really don't. Because she loved her kids. She did. Granted, she wasn't a good caretaker because of the way that she was raised.
Right.
She was very spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
They made 6 figures a year. She got whatever she wanted. Never had to cook or anything like that. I did all that. So, but that's besides the point. Horrible caretaker, but she loved her kids.
Right.
So I can honestly say that I know she was going to I know she was coming after my daughter to take her life. That I can honestly say.
Okay.
But I do not think she was not in her right state of mind.
Correct.
When she did that.
Okay. So how do you stop her?
Oh, I get right the fuck up and I pin her against the wall, knock out the knife from her hand. And I just start
Which hand do you grab her with around her throat?
choking my right hand.
You're facing her, correct? You got her pinned up against one of the walls in the living room?
Yes.
Do you remember which wall in the living room?
Oh man, it's been such a while since I've seen the layout of that house. You'll have to forgive me. I've been
That's fine.
moving around.
No, that's fine. I know you've been in a lot of different places, and it's harder. You remember, and I remember yesterday you said, I just been trying to forget the whole incident.
Yeah.
And I told you yesterday with my case, same thing with Pasco's. They just want to be as detailed as possible, as thorough as possible.
Of course, I understand.
So you pin her up against the wall with your right hand,
if you want, just like, you want to just like demonstrate against that, like, say she's right there at that wall.
Yeah. And
You got her
like
against
this.
Okay, and the knife's in her right hand still?
No, I got that, like, I pushed her up against the wall and I got that knife out of
Okay.
her hand.
Okay.
And I had her up against the wall.
With
like
one
that,
hand?
With one hand.
Okay.
And I'm stopping her from trying to fight me back with my other hand. Which she doesn't try to do at first, because I don't think that she thinks I'm seriously trying to, like, put a stop to this once and for all.
Right.
Then she starts realizing it.
And what does she do?
She tries to grab something to stab me. There was like broken glass or something, and she stabbed me in the foot. That's where that's from.
So that's from the incident where you killed her?
Yes.
On your foot?
Yes.
Okay. And
Sorry.
so somehow,
I'm
that's fine. Hey, it's like I said, remember yesterday I told you we'll take as long as it takes?
Mhm.
Same thing today. I got an open flight. I'll be here. If I get here all day, we'll be here all day.
okay.
Okay?
So yeah, I have her up against the wall. Knife's already out of her hand. Broken glasses around. Somehow we end up getting to the floor. Somehow. And that's where she grabs the broken glass and starts stabbing my foot. And
Is she gasping for air or saying anything, trying to say anything?
She's trying to.
Trying to breathe or trying to talk?
No, she did get out a couple words. She told me that she would go get help and go to the mental hospital and all that. But
So, and let me ask you this, and just because people have difficulty talking when they're being choked, did you let off of her? Did you let pressure off of her so she could say that? Or did she somehow manage to get that out as you're choking her? Or did you not have enough pressure with the one hand where
to
she
be
can
honest
still
with you,
talk?
I think she gasped it out because
Okay.
I didn't.
Something to the effect of she'll go get help?
Yeah,
Like,
like mental health and stuff like that. To get
like,
her
like if you
something
let me, do you remember like what she's like begging for her life, like let me go and I'll get help kind of thing?
Essentially, yes. Like it was more like I'll go get the mental help that I need to get myself better.
Okay, so at this point you've got her pinned on the floor.
Yes, and then choking.
Still with one hand?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, no. Once we got on the floor, I'm sorry. Once we got on the floor, I moved to two hands. After she
Okay.
stabbed.
And once again, and I want to be as descriptive as possible. So let's say that she's right here on the floor, right next to me. If we strap, just show me exactly how you were. Like she's right here, her head's right here.
So we go from the floor. We're on the ground now. I don't even know how she managed to stab me. I guess my foot was like that because I'm like that now. She grabs broken glass.
So you got both hands on her throat now when you're on the ground?
Yeah,
Okay.
and she's stabbing my foot and everything. And then saying that she'll go get the help that she needs. And then she told me that she loves me.
And I'm assuming she's flailing with her arms and legs, right? And she says, I love you?
Yeah.
Okay. And Bella's still in the room, correct? I'm assuming she was there when it started. You didn't stop in the middle
When
of
I
it.
looked up though,
Yeah.
Bella wasn't in the room.
You didn't see her?
No.
You didn't hear her like
No,
screaming or anything?
I think she ran to her.
Bedroom?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No, because I was trying to think of where she was at during that time period. Because I think she ran in fear from my wife when she was coming at her. Because obviously she looked scary and everything.
Right.
So she like ran in fear.
Okay. So you're on her with both hands.
Yeah. And then I see the blood and everything.
Okay, so you've got her on the ground, you're choking her with both hands.
Yes.
And you see blood coming from just her nose or was it from her mouth?
No, just her nose.
Both nostrils, one nostril, both nostrils. Okay.
And then that's when I kind of panicked and stopped.
How long from the time that you pinned her against the wall and started choking her, and this is an estimate, I understand you didn't have a stopwatch, but you start choking her against the wall, then bring her to the floor, you continue choking her approximately, big word approximately, how long do you think you were choking her?
Like 3 to 4 minutes.
3 to 4 minutes total choking her.
Yes.
Okay.
And I remember the big detail that I forgot about yesterday. I do apologize. After that happened, I did grab a hammer and I hit her just to make sure that she was dead.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I forgot about that.
That's fine.
It just came to me because, like I said, I blocked that.
And when you hit her, that was still in the living room with the hammer?
Yes.
Where did you retrieve the hammer from?
We had a hammer in our house. It was in the kitchen.
Kitchen, like, seeing that like the thing, like a junk drawer in the kitchen?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Do you know where the hammer is now? Did you leave it at the house when you left, or did you dispose of it?
I disposed of it.
Do you remember where? I know we're not going to find it, but
It was at the Wells Fargo dumpster, like right up the street from there.
Okay, that's where you dispose of the hammer. Okay. And how many times do you think you're struck with the hammer?
I was struck her once.
One time?
Yes.
Where?
The head. Like in front of that.
So basically the same as
The dad.
with ours?
Yes.
Okay. With the same as what you did to Nick and the dad, Nick and Rich. Okay.
And Laura.
Well, Laura, from what I recall, was all in the back of the head.
Oh, yeah, I thought you meant just with the hammer.
Yeah. Same motive, or same modus operandi with the hammer.
Now, the reason I did that, because I do have a reason for that. It wasn't just a random act of violence. I just didn't want her to suffer anymore. I just wanted to put her out of her misery.
So you were afraid she was still alive,
Yes.
possibly?
Yes.
And you just
One.
wanted to end it?
Yes.
Okay. How long did she lay on the floor before you moved her?
I moved her immediately.
Okay. What, did you wrap her in or anything? Or did you just,
I dragged her.
what was the chain of events? Did you go run outside, dig a hole, come back in? Okay. Go from there.
So, I moved her into the bathroom and I put her body in the bathtub. And then,
And I'm assuming there's a fair amount of blood as you're dragging her in there?
Yeah,
Because
of course.
she's leaking from the nose and from a head injury, I'm assuming. Okay.
yes. What was I
Drug her into the bathtub.
I clean up the mess in the living room, partly in the hallway. Then I let my kids out and everything.
While she's in the bathroom, you close the door, you let the kids out?
Yeah.
Okay.
My kids, I can promise you, my kids have never seen a body, never seen any indication of that,
Mm-hmm.
or any indication of violence as far as from me goes.
Okay.
Now, of course, they did see their mom beat on me, but they won't remember that shit.
Right. Okay. So you let the kids out and play, then,
Honestly, after that, it becomes a little hazy. Her body did stay there for like 2 or 3 days, because I didn't know what the hell to do.
you're trying to think of how am I going to get rid of her?
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't the only thing going through my mind. I was like, I'm definitely going to jail. Her parents are definitely going to find out. Blah, blah, blah.
So approximately 3 days later, you do walk with her.
Last night I had a backyard, so I could go back there, and I dug a deep grave
Where did you get the shovel?
from the next door neighbor.
Did you go over and say, I need to borrow a shovel, or did you just take it, or?
No, I asked if I could borrow it.
Yes. Do you remember what the neighbor looked like? Or her name or anything?
She was an elderly lady.
Elderly lady.
She lived on the right of the house.
So if you're looking at the house, the elderly lady to the right, and you asked her, can I borrow your shovel?
Yes, and she was okay with it,
Okay. So you,
because we got along and everything.
okay. So you go back to the house,
Go into the backyard,
where you told me yesterday,
dig out a grave.
and you said it was a lot deeper than the one in Tarpon,
Yes.
right?
Yes, it was a lot deeper because I didn't have to worry about people peeking out their windows or anything of that sort.
Okay. Once the grave is dug, you go back inside, she's in the bathtub.
I lay a blanket down on the bathroom floor.
Do you remember what color the blanket was, pattern? If not, it's okay. Like I
I think
said,
it was a flowery pattern.
flowery pattern blanket. Was it from your guys' bedroom?
Yeah.
So you pull it from the bedroom, you put her, drag her out of the tub.
We put her in that.
Do you remember what she's wearing?
No.
No. Okay. So you put her in that, you wrap her up, or you just like use it as like a carrying tool.
I think I wrapped her up a little
Wrapped
bit
it up.
and used it as a carry.
Tape, rope,
No.
anything, just wrapped her in it.
Yeah.
Right.
And then dragged her out.
What time of day was it when you dragged her outside?
It was like 6 or 7 in the morning.
Okay.
Because I worked on that grave like all night.
All night.
Yeah.
Okay. And then, so first light, it's light out, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You drag her out to the backyard,
Yeah. It's a wooden fence, so nobody can.
so nobody can see what you're doing. Okay. So you drag her out, put her in the grave, and then like we talked about yesterday, cover her up. There's no excess dirt. I'm just rehashing what we talked about yesterday. You flatten it out, make it look like it's supposed to be, and then you put some kind of wood construction debris on it. Okay. After that, did you go anywhere and purchase like cleanup supplies, or did you have stuff in the home?
I think I purchased cleaning supplies beforehand, like a little bit or something like that.
So
Oh,
while
I don't-
she's in the tub, you went and bought cleaning supplies, or?
For it to clean the tub when she got out and everything.
Okay. But I'm assuming you bring her into the bathtub, you had to clean the area in the living room, correct, before you could let the kids out? So
Oh, yeah. No, I had cleaning supplies there already.
Okay.
But I just want, like, you know, a body was sitting in a tub for 3 days. I want, like, major cleaning supplies.
Okay. Do you remember what cleaning supplies you used?
I think it was, like, bleach and some floor scrub type thing, and some bathroom cleaner.
Okay.
Like for the tub specifically.
Mop? Did you use a mop to do something on the floor?
Yeah.
And then what did you do with the mop after you're done? Just dispose of the garbage, or did you do the Wells Fargo dumpster again?
I did the Wells Fargo dumpster. But that I waited until after everything was, like, done and completed.
Okay. So, and from what your best recollection is, you threw away the hammer,
That was definitely thrown away.
that was thrown in the Wells Fargo dumpster,
Mop.
the mop. Anything else that would have been evidence?
No, nothing else. I would tell you too, obviously. But nothing else. I did trash the house to make it inconspicuous, to make it look like we were just bad renters and everything.
Okay. And was there any evidence that you like hid in the house, or just the cleaning? The only concealing of evidence you did was the cleanup and disposing of the murder weapon and the cleaning, the mop. What did you do with the empty bottles of the cleaning stuff? Did you throw those away too, or did you just leave
Yeah,
them in the house?
I think those got left in the house, to be honest with you.
Did you, when she's in the house for the 3 days, does it start to get odor?
No, because I did the same thing as before.
That's what I was going to ask you. Did you pour chemicals on her?
No chemicals were poured on her. I'm talking about with, like, incense and candles and all
Okay.
that type of stuff.
Okay.
Yeah. No chemicals were poured.
So it never got to the point where she's decomposing enough where it starts to create an odor?
Yeah, no.
Okay. So you got her out of the house and into the grave site prior to that. At the time this happened, you're not intoxicated, you're not high on illegal drugs, you're clear of thought, you know what's going on, correct?
Yes.
I apologize, that was supposed to be my alarm, which obviously I'm way earlier, since I've been up for quite some time already.
So, do you know what's going to be the process with me now? Like, am I going to be, obviously I'm getting expedited to Florida, but do you know how soon? Like, am I coming with you?
We are working on that now. I do not know the details of how you're going to be transported back to Florida. It could be with me, but I doubt that. Usually they have a transport unit that, you know, I don't know if they're going to use an Ohio transport unit to drive you back, or if they're going to drive up from Pinellas County with a transport van and drive you back. I don't know if they've worked out those details as of yet.
Now, how's this going to work? Am I going to be incarcerated in the general population, or because this case is so severe?
That will be up to the state attorney and the sheriff of Pinellas County as to how they want you housed. You know, obviously if they think that you're in some type of danger, I can't say for sure. I would imagine that they would have you in some kind of solitary unit. That way you're not in any danger. Like you said, it is a very high-profile case.
Yeah,
There,
they're going to be targeted by people.
There's news media like everywhere.
About this?
Yes,
Is there news about me getting caught?
I would imagine. To be perfectly honest with you, I'm just being told there's media. I've either been interviewing you or someone else, or at the house, or attempting to get 2 or 3 hours of sleep here and there. I haven't personally seen any or spoken to any, but I know just from phone calls that I've been receiving that, you know, the press keeps inquiring about. They want to know what's going on. You know, like I said, you know yourself, it's an egregious, horrible act, and we're talking 4 people. And let me ask you this, and I said I think you'll feel better. Do you feel better today?
I feel a little bit better.
A little bit,
I think I'm just concerned on my kids at this point.
Right.
I'm not going to get a happy ending. We both know that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more than likely, because this case is a high profile, I might end up going on death row. You know, we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just because you understand me and you understand why I did the things I did, general public isn't general public is going to make me out to be a monster,
Right.
even though I cared about my kids.
Right.
And I am a monster to a degree, you know. Just because I didn't want to do all this, I still did it, you know.
And I just, this isn't a question that they asked in regards to Jamie. I just thought of this myself. I'm assuming when you guys are living in this house, she has clothing. Where do you do with all of her belongings?
Just leave it there.
You just left them in the house, and when you moved out, did you give the landlord any type of notice, or you just grabbed the kids, grab what you thought you needed, and
That's basically
go on? And the next place you go to, you gotta refresh my memory, is
Elyria, Ohio.
Ohio.
Yes.
And that was with who?
It's just myself.
Just yourself.
And the kids.
How do you spell that? Elyria?
Elyria, with an ear.
That is not how I would have spelled it.
Oh, that was so freaking weird.
That is definitely not how I would have spelled it. So you go straight there. So you don't bring any of her belongings, nothing. Um, Reading all this to make sure I asked you every single question.
Can you be honest with me about something?
I can attempt to, like I told you yesterday, and everything applies the same. I will answer anything and everything I can. If I can't answer it, due to the case, I'll tell you I can't, but I will try.
Is there a high possibility that I'm going to be going on death row?
That is up for the state attorney to decide. It is quite possible, just due to
Severity?
I'm trying to think of a way to word it, because of the amount of victims and the brutality of the way that they were killed, and the fact that you went there with the intent to kill them. There's a high possibility. Because one of the things that they look for death penalty case was premeditation, which you've admitted, I'm driving there, I'm going to kill them. So you got the premeditation, and then you've got the sheer brutality of formulating a plan. You've got Rich by himself. You know, I've got to take him out now. Well, because if there's multiple people here, somebody's going to fight me. And I can't hit everybody at the same time. Correct? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry.
And like I said, I just went for the recorder. So the fact that they call it lying in wait, like you waited,
Yes.
had a plan in your head, took Rich out, you stood there, waited for Mom. When Laura comes home, you know, as soon as she walks in the door, I'm killing her.
It wasn't a random act of psychosis.
Correct. It wasn't. You were not under the influence of drugs, not under the influence of alcohol. You were in your right mind. You knew it was wrong. Correct? All these things that we talked about yesterday. All these things that we talked about yesterday. So, all of those things together are a recipe for a possible death case, a death penalty case. Yes.
I just want to, like, prepare myself and everything.
Right.
And of course, with death penalty, that doesn't happen right away anyway.
Right.
I've seen high-profile cases larger than this.
We're talking years. Any case is years. A death penalty case would be an extended amount of time. With another question I had with with my case, with Rich and Laura and Nick, there was the only thing on the timeline, you're absolutely positive of the date and the time that you killed them, the 15th going into the 16th.
Show me the calendar. I'm very highly...
The only reason that we ask is that the 15th is a Saturday. Before 15th is a Saturday. Hold on, I'm going to go on it.
Okay, yeah.
15th is a Saturday, 16th is a Sunday.
Yes.
The only reason I ask is because we were looking at Rich's phone and talking to relatives, and there's a relative that said that they spoke to him on the 19th.
That would be impossible.
That would be impossible.
I can promise you. I can
So he was,
promise you.
you're 100% sure he's deceased by the 19th?
I'm 1,000% sure.
1,000% sure. Okay. I wanted to clarify that.
Because here, I can see that calendar.
Yes.
Because this was in the morning with Nick, and it was at exactly a week later. This is the day that I left. I can promise you.
So the morning of the 23rd you left?
Yes.
Okay, I thought it was the 22nd. Okay.
Yes. So I can promise you no one talked to him the 19th.
Okay.
And
They could be mistaken, but I thought maybe that they had a picture, something
now
like
people,
that.
now they did have a couple of phone calls before, the day before that they were killed.
So there's no way he spoke to anybody on the 19th because he's dead. But the day of, you said he talked to, or the day before, the day prior to you killing them,
The day before.
Rich
I remember.
made phone calls or received phone calls?
I think he received phone calls.
Do you know, by chance, do you know who he was speaking to?
No, because I didn't really. You ask him one thing and you get like a 3-hour conversation. And as much as a good person as he was, I wasn't trying to sit there for 3 hours. My guess is one of his kids, because it was so close to Christmas and holiday season and all that.
Okay. And I'm going to take some pictures of your injuries too before we leave. Okay, just because Pascal wants to show the injuries that you're saying that are from Jamie during the when you murdered her. During that, and okay, so you're basically saying that yes, I murdered her, but it was to protect my child.
Yes.
Okay. If that is the case, I have to ask you a follow-up question. Is once this happens, she comes at your daughter with a knife, you get cut, you choke her out, she's gone. Did the thought ever cross your mind of calling the authorities? Or did that not even enter the picture?
It kind of did. Like, when I saw the blood come out of her mouth and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Or not her mouth, her nose, I'm sorry.
Right.
And then I was like, no, every time we go to the authorities to try and get help to settle this, it doesn't work. In my head, I foresaw what was going to happen. She was going to get all better at the hospital, physically wise, and then she was going to come home and continue beating me. It was just going to continue being a bad chain. I know all these horrible events happen, but at least I can say my kids won't have to witness those horrible things.
You're right. And as we talked about yesterday, you did, like I said, I think the way I worded it yesterday, you made some horrible choices for what you believe to be the right reasons, which were protecting your kids. People do horrible things under duress, circumstances that they think that they can't control, and you just made horrible life-altering decisions. Sure. The butcher knife that she had, did you leave that behind?
Yes, but I can promise you it's not going to be recovered.
Did you clean it up and then put it back in the drawer?
No, I think I just left it. Because there wasn't much of my blood on it. Like, it was just a clean cut, and the knife wasn't white, and then I started bleeding. But that landlord, I think she, remodeled that whole inside of the house.
Okay. Did she ever try to contact you?
Yes.
Afterwards?
Yes.
I would assume, hey, what the hell happened here?
Yeah.
How?
Then I acted like that my wife had a big mental breakdown and that she needed to go to Ohio and everything. And then at first she believed me, and then she walked into the house and said that this is ridiculous, blah, 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 and that she was going to be coming after Jamie for money because my name wasn't on the lease.
Oh, for damage?
Yeah.
Did you guys pay a security deposit?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I trashed the house.
But it wasn't enough to cover the extensive damage?
No.
Okay. And do you remember, how many times did you talk to the landlord?
Only a handful of times.
Handful of times after you left?
Yeah.
Okay, so when is the first time she called after you take the kids? Jamie's buried in the backyard. You guys leave at the end of January. You pack the kids up in the Hyundai.
Yeah, she calls me
You take off to Ohio.
that week because rent is coming up. So I tried to make up some excuse for rent.
So you're guesstimating the first week of February?
Yes.
She calls you and
Definitely the first week of February.
is asking you where the rent money is?
Yeah.
And you tell her, that's when you tell her we moved about, and you say,
No, I didn't tell her we moved yet.
you did you play it off like we're still living there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And then I told her that Jamie had a psychotic breakdown. I believe I called her the next day to even tell her. And then, yeah, that was that from there. She's been trying to find Jamie ever since.
Okay. And the shovel was brought back to the elderly neighbor after you finished the grade?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And we discussed, you wrapped her in a blanket, from your bedroom and then you drug her out to the grave, correct? I'm assuming you drug her.
Yes, yes. I forgot. I did not mistake.
Did you pawn anything that Jamie owned at that time back then?
No.
You didn't take any of
We didn't have anything of value.
Didn't have anything of value?
Because we would have pawned it.
Okay.
We were very broke.
I just didn't know if you took some from the house of hers, pawned it to get gas money, maybe to go to Ohio, or
Actually, I got money from her parents. Her parents lent me $1,000.
how did they send that to you? They wire it to you?
No, they dropped it off. They thought that we were going up to Ohio.
So they personally handed it to you?
Yes.
And where did they ask where Jamie was?
Yes, and I told her that she was with some friends right now.
Okay.
Yes, and Joe was with us as friends.
Oh, because Jamie was Jehovah's Witness?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, claimed to be.
How many? Now, did you ask them? Did you do like you did before with the pretending to be
Yes.
Jamie, and you texted them and say, "Hey, Mom, Dad, we need money"? Was it kind of that thing?
Yes.
Okay. And
I made it seem like we need money because she needs to go to the hospital up in Ohio. We didn't have insurance down in Florida, and she kind of had some medical thing going on anyway, like something with her heart or something like that. So I just used that excuse, and they gave me the money.
okay. Did both of them come to the house?
Yes, but they didn't enter the house.
They didn't enter.
They just dropped it off with me.
Okay. How long were they at the house? A couple minutes. Here's the money.
Yeah.
Where's Jamie? She's not here. And then
They already knew that she wasn't there when they were on her way.
oh, through the text message.
Yes.
Okay. And how many days was this closer to the time you were left, or was this like right after you killed her?
Sorry, this was closer to the time I left.
Right. So you're basically getting money to finance getting out of Florida.
Yes.
Okay. So how many days do you think it was after they give you the money until you leave?
I think it was like 2 days afterwards.
2 days after you packed the kids up and gone. Okay. Can you think of anything else with the incident with Jamie that we haven't discussed, I haven't asked you, that you feel is pertinent to the investigation that's going to happen and is happening in Pasco County with regards to the murder of your wife?
None that I can think of.
And you guys were legally married, correct?
Yes.
Okay. What state did you get married in?
Florida.
In Florida, in Pasco County?
West Palm Beach.
West Palm Beach you were married? Okay. Was it like a wedding wedding, or was it like one of those go to the courthouse, sign some
Go
paper
to the
deals?
courthouse, sent some papers. We went to the beach in, there was like a big beach that we went to, very popular down there. We had a good time.
So you have some ink there. What do you have?
It's actually her name,
A rose with,
with her name on it.
did you get that after?
No, this was before.
You had that prior to your death?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I was never planning on removing it
Right.
for obvious reasons.
Is that the only one you have?
No, I got
I mean, you don't have to show them to me all.
I got the Punisher skull right here from my dad who died, and then I got a Bible quote right here.
What's the Bible quote?
From Revelations 21:6. I am the Alpha and the Omega. I'm the beginning and the end.
Okay. I'm not a big religion guy, so
I'm really not either. It was in one of my favorite video games, and it just sounded cool to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you said the one on the right arm was what?
Punisher skull.
Oh, that's what. Okay. That was the other question I had. Do you remember what you were wearing
No.
the day that you killed Rich, Laura, and Nick? Oh, because we recovered a Punisher shirt, and I can't remember what, I think it was a Punisher shirt and jeans in the washing machine.
That might have been it. Yeah, Punisher shirt. I was definitely wearing.
That's what you were wearing
Yes.
when you murdered him?
Yes.
Okay. I thought of that last night when I was in the hotel room, and it escaped me till now. Like I said, I'm sleep deprived, like you were yesterday. And when I leave here, I'll probably have another question for you. But there'll probably be, I'll probably have another question I'll think of when I get to Florida. I'll go, man, why didn't I ask him this, or why didn't I ask him that?
Yeah, I think I got my point across when it comes to Jamie. Obviously there was some domestic violence going on that couldn't be resolved.
Yeah. I want to clarify with the Jamie thing, you choke her out. Do you move her to the bathroom and then hit her with the hammer?
No, I hit her with a hammer first.
Okay. Would there be any reason for there to be like blood spatter on the wall in the bathroom?
Nothing that I can think of.
You never struck her again? Like
No.
when she had a facial injury, she's bleeding and you hit her and caused more spatter?
No, I never struck her again. Why, is there blood on the walls of the bathroom or something?
Well, that was one of the questions I was asked, was in reference to, was there any reason that there would be that? I don't know, I'm not there. But one of the questions that they wanted to ask was, would there be any reason that there would be blood spatter on the bathroom walls?
No, I can like that.
Nothing you can recall.
I've been being honest with you.
I know you have, and like I said,
Like even when I put her in the bathtub, it's not like I flew her about everywhere and then threw her in. You know, that shit was tough to lift her in there.
so,
I can't remember.
right, but you never struck her where it would have
No.
been projected off of her from you striking her.
No.
But it could be possibly from you putting her into the tub, maybe.
That's the only thing.
That's the only thing you could think of
I
then.
only struck her once with the hammer.
Right. So, but that's the only way that we believe, or that you believe, that it could have possibly been
Yeah.
put onto the walls or end up, spattered. Okay. Okay. I think I've asked you, you're right-handed, correct? Okay, and that's the hand you grabbed her with, and we had you enact that.
When do I get to it? Am I going to be appointed an attorney?
When you get, well,
I know I don't have one right now.
right, that was the waiver, that was
yeah,
the waiver
was
you
mine.
signed. That was your choice, that, you didn't want an attorney, you would talk to me at this time. Once you get to the actual, when you get transferred from here to, I don't know where their facilities are, but I'm imagining the jail. Once you're there, I don't know what their time frame is, but you'll be appointed a court-appointed attorney. So, do you have,
He's not going to really be able to help me out much with this case, is he? Because of my confession.
I can't answer that. I mean, I've had people confess to things and get an attorney and they decide that they want to change their mind, and they, like I told you yesterday.
Oh, yeah, no, that, you don't have to worry about that. I can promise you with that.
Right.
Don't worry about that. I'm just trying to not get on death row. Like, if we can arrange something with the attorney to make me not get on death row. My kids have already lost a mother due to me. The only reason why I want to stay around is so we get in contact with them. If they ever have any questions, I'm there. Because eventually they're going to grow up. Why'd you kill my damn mom? If
Exactly.
I'm dead, I can't answer that.
Correct. Well, remember yesterday when I asked you if you wanted to write a letter, and you're just like, I'll do it when I get to jail. That was one of the reasons why, is because, I've given multiple people that opportunity, and they're like, yes, and they'll handwrite a note, can you give this to my kids? And, and I understand your point of view. I would be the same way. I mean, you did some horrific stuff, but they're still your babies. That was basically the reason for this whole chain of events was them, and you want to be around to make sure, what limited capacity you can to watch them grow up and to answer any questions they might have.
Even, just sending a letter, just saying I love you, They could be having a shitty day, they could just
Right.
brighten them up, man. I love my kids.
I know, man. It's okay to cry, bro. It's okay to cry. I'd probably be bawling my eyes out.
I just want them to have the happy ending, After I killed my wife, I knew somewhere that there wasn't going to be a happy ending for me. But if I could just make a happy ending for them, that's all I cared about. I'm content with going to jail for my crimes and rotting for life, or however long this planet decides to hold up before we blow it up, or, whatever the hell happens. I just want my kids okay. I just want them to have a good life.
Right. I understand. I do. I know. Like I told you yesterday, I would do anything for my son, just, basically what you did for your children. So, and I'm sure there will be questions for them when they get older, and you're going to have a lot of tough letters to write or visitations or however that transpires, you know, you're the one that has to live with your crimes. You know, you're the one, like we talked about yesterday. I said, what do you see when you, remember I asked you, I don't know if you remember, what do you see when you go to bed at night? You know, you're the one who has to relive the chain of events, the one that, you know, and, you know what I mean?
It is tough. I mean, it breaks my heart every day, man. You know, they were good people. They didn't deserve that. And now it's almost as if it was all done for nothing. But I can't believe that. You know, I have to believe that. I have to believe that my kids are going to get a happy ending and that I can sacrifice those people for no fucking reason. No, I know it's probably strange, but it hurts. It hurts my heart. You know, I love my wife greatly. I stuck with her through thick and thin, you know. I mean, I got beat every day, man. Sometimes with a hammer. There was one time with a shovel. And I just stuck with her because I loved her and I loved my kids. And I just wanted her to get better. And of course, there's obviously different and better ways to go about things, but I just need my kids to be all right. And I hope with trusting you people that they will be all right.
Like I told you before, I spoke to one of the supervisors with the agency here, and they basically said, you know, once the background's done on the family, they can ensure that they're releasing your children to a good and safe home. That, you know, that's the next step.
Will I ever know what happens to them? Well, I mean, unless I call my mom.
You will either have to. I will not. Obviously, I'm not staying in Ohio.
Well, no, I know that.
I won't be able to give you updates. I mean, if I'm still here and I get an update, I will most definitely either tell you in person or have it relayed to you. And I will tell them when I come out, you know, that you would like updates when they get them as to the location of the children, if and when they are placed with your mother. So, you know, I know that's your number one concern is I want my kids safe. I want them.
Well, I mean, like I said, my mother's the only living relative around besides all my relatives in Texas. I mean, there are her relatives.
But you said like your grandmother's elderly and the kids were too much for her.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about my mom's side. That was my dad's side. That was
Okay.
saying.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But I mean, she'll definitely. I'm just concerned about that Mexico shit. That like happened at the worst possible time. But like you said, the CPS will keep them until.
They can keep them. You know, the last thing that they want to do, and I'm assuming that in Florida, I can only speak for Florida, CPI or what do they call it here, CPS. CPS is here, I would assume, almost the same as in Florida. And I know in Florida, they do everything in their power to keep children with blood relative family. The last thing they want to do is...
Because my mom's interested, the only thing is you know, this trip to Mexico.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So, I mean...
Well, it's not going to be like a forfeit or anything like that. You know, I don't want to assure you of that. Just because she's going to Mexico, they're not going to go, oh, well, she's not available this week, so they're gone.
Okay.
You know, that doesn't work like that. They want to place the kids with a blood relative. The children are already going to be traumatized because, you know, they lost their mom.
Well, they're going to be traumatized.
They may. I mean, well, your son may not. Your daughter may. Well, I don't know that for a fact. I'm not a child psychologist. I'm not a memory expert, but she may. You know, we can't discount the fact that she might.
The only thing traumatic for them is going to be not having me there. Because they're used to be there 24/7. I'm there when they wake up and I'm there when they go to sleep.
Right.
That hurts my heart. But eventually they'll forget about me in that regard and rely on my mom.
Well, and you have to look at there could be, I'm going to say a silver lining to this. The silver lining to this being is, how long has your mom lived where she lives now?
My whole life, basically.
Her whole life, so
Like, up like, definitely my whole childhood.
over 20 years, your mom's lived in the same place. She has a stable home. She works.
Yes.
She has a stable, she works.
My stepdad.
Your stepdad, you said, is a nice man.
Yes.
He works. So you know your kids are going to be taken care of. And I think a very big plus is going to be they're in one place
Stable.
with people that love them, and it's stable. Because, you know, their whole life has been what? Instability,
Fucking hated.
chaos. You know, from what you're telling me, domestic violence, chaos, death, moving. I mean, how many times have you moved since the birth of your first child? I should say your first child, because your first child is older. Since the birth of Bella, how many times have you moved?
Can't even keep track. It's been that much. You know, partly it's been my fault. Partly has been her fault.
Right, but I'm saying the importance of
Oh, yeah.
stability in that child, even at that age, that chaos of, oh, we're moving again, pack up your things, move. New state, new people, new neighbors, new surroundings, new this. Then you're there for, I mean, like when you were in that Norwood address where you killed your wife, you're there for what, a couple months? And then, boom, you're gone and you move to
Ohio.
Elyria,
Yeah, Elyria.
Elyria, Ohio, you move there.
Couple
Then
months.
you're there for a couple months, and then you go, is that when you move to Texas with grandma? Then you're there for a little while. She says, I can't handle this. Then you got to get your own place. So you're talking in like the last couple of years, you moved multiple times, right? So now, the kids are with mom, stable, you know, they're going to be loved, they're stable.
I know my mom will let me talk to them too, you know, because she said that she'll always love me, even after I told her everything I did on the phone, which I know you guys are recording, but I already confessed anyway. Fuck it.
And I'm sure your mom has questions too. And I'm sure your mom, and deep down in her heart, wants to believe my son could not have possibly done this. So when you
Yeah.
told her that, it probably
Oh yeah, dude, even when I was on the phone with her, she's just like, are you just like saying this right now? Like, are you having a psychotic breakdown? Blah, blah, blah. No? Wish I was, but no.
Yeah. Well, would you want to believe that one of your children was capable of such acts? I guarantee your mother is like, there is no way that little boy, because I guarantee you, she still sees you as a certain age. You know, in her mind, she pictures my little Shelby. She's not picturing my grown adult Shelby's son. There's no possible way the boy that I raised could have done this horrific stuff. I guarantee that's, you know.
I didn't want to do this, sir. I promise you in my heart and my soul, I did not want to do this. They were good people. They were. And I just want to be a good person.
Yeah.
I try my best to be nice to people, to be good to people. Even ask everybody who knows me, you know, will tell you that I am a kind-hearted person.
Who, and on that topic, while I'm in Ohio, who do you, if you were the detective, and let's switch seats, I'm over there, you're over here. Who would you think that I need to go talk to while I'm in Ohio?
I can make you a list.
Maybe a list? Okay. So let's put a line underneath Elria, and you can, if you full name, like first and last name, and if you have an address or a phone number offhand that you remember. I know you don't have your phone, so if you don't have a phone
Give
number.
me my phone.
Yeah, I can't do that, but if you can just give me the names and possible or address or where they live, because I want to talk to everybody so I can, when I do my entire report, I can paint a complete picture of, you know, like, remember when we started talking yesterday, I asked you all the way back to your childhood. You know, how is your childhood? Because I want to know everything I can possibly know about Shelby from the time he was born until.
So as they do go up, they can see a different person than just this random act of violence.
Well, I'm not going to, I want to paint the picture of you, you know, from everything you told me and everything everybody else tells me, and the judge, jury, if it ever goes that far, they can make their own decisions on Shelby. You know, like you said, I know people are going to see him as a monster. You know, I'm sure from what I've learned of you so far, everybody that I've talked to said he loved those kids more than anything. I mean, he was so attentive to those kids. He did everything for them. You know, to me, that doesn't sound like a monster.
Sorry, I'm just trying to think in my head.
And these are all persons in Ohio?
Yes.
Okay.
You're going to have to catch him, her, him, and him towards mama.
They going to Mexico?
Yes. I can give you their address though.
Okay.
I'll write it next to Lisa.
Is that mom?
Yes.
And if you would, just so I'm not going to know who people are, if you want to just write like in the column, friend, mother, brother, whatever their relationship is to you.
I'm sorry for breaking down there.
You're good. You got the whole, just like the map yesterday, you don't have to use that little section. You have the whole piece of paper, so I don't want you to try to squeeze it all in there. You got plenty of room.
This grandpa lives in Ohio.
Okay.
As for her address, you'll have to get it from my mom.
Okay. Is it somewhere close to here?
It's in Virginia, so about like 49 minutes.
Okay.
As far as Thomas, he's the same friend that I got the house with. So roommate.
Okay, I believe detectives spoke with him, the Ohio detectives spoke with him. I will verify that if they have not, then I will personally speak with him also. And I believe they have, but I haven't read like the transcript of what he said.
Is he okay?
Yeah, he's fine.
He's going to get to keep the house and everything?
I don't know that for, I would imagine, because it was my understanding you pay for the rent, like,
Yeah.
for the year.
Yeah, and it's all underneath his name.
Okay, then I can't foresee an incident if it's paid for. As long as the monies were used were from your oil job and they weren't from a product of the murder.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
all that money all the jewelry and everything you sold,
Yeah.
all of that wasn't proceeds that you paid for the rent.
No.
It was all from your oil job
The
in Texas.
jewelry money is basically gone. Like, that was like, because I wasn't getting shit for it. That was basically like hotel money, food money, shit like that, weed money, shit like that.
What hotel?
Oh, God. I can't even remember, man. I stayed at a couple.
Okay, we talked about this yesterday, and I didn't remember you saying anything about staying at the hotel.
Yeah, I stayed at a hotel when I got up to Ohio.
Oh, when you got up here afterwards, before you moved
Yeah,
in?
because we got the house. I'm sorry, because we got the house the 24th, but everything was closed, so I couldn't buy any furniture or anything along those lines. So I got a hotel.
Where was the hotel? Just the name and the city. That'll be great. I can track it down.
I know it's in Cleveland.
Downtown Cleveland,
No,
or outskirts of Cleveland?
just Cleveland in general. I forget, man. I'm really sorry. It's the only hotel around here that takes cash.
Cleveland hotel takes cash.
Mhm.
How many days did you stay there?
It was just one.
One night. That's it. Any other hotels? So one hotel, one night, Cleveland. Only one that would take cash. Did you like call around and say, "Do you take cash?"
I went to like a couple of them, and they're like, "Yeah, we don't take cash." I was like, "Why? Like, you guys are literally having the cash in your hand. I'm not paying to destroy the room." But yeah, literally, it's the only one around here that takes cash.
Okay. How far from here would that hotel be? How long did it take you to drive here? I'm just trying to narrow it down because when I leave,
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to try to narrow down and try to get a receipt.
Well, it'll be easy. All you gotta do is look up Shelby Nealy, and you should be able to find the name.
Right, you use your own, do you use your Florida driver's license, or ID card, and it's an ID card, right?
Yes.
So you use that.
Yeah. So it should be fairly easy to find.
And that would have been the Christmas Eve?
Yeah.
You stayed there Christmas Eve to Christmas morning?
Yes.
Okay. And then you moved, so you moved in like one day, then you moved in Christmas morning?
Can I say no to Christmas night too? I think I might have stayed in one Christmas night too, because everything was still closed.
The same one? Same hotel or a different hotel?
That's right, I didn't. Wait, I just slept on the floor.
At the house?
Yeah.
Slept on the floor of the house, and the
Yeah.
kids just slept on the floor with you?
Yeah, on Christmas,
Okay.
because I wasn't trying to do that hotel thing again. Yeah, on Christmas.
All right, my man. Is there anything else you can think of that you want to ask me, or if I can try to answer for you before I leave?
Yeah, second.
Yes. I was just going to say I'm going to step off in just a second, then I'll be right back, okay? Be right back. All right, I almost forgot. I want to take the pictures of the injuries that you said you sustained the night that Jamie was murdered. Okay?
Okay.
And I'm just going to take them with my phone for now. Maybe if they want to do them later again, they can do them.
Could you do me a favor?
I can. Let me do this. And
Yeah.
So this is, I'm going to just take a one from far away, right forearm, and then that's this. All right, then you said foot, and this is going to be your right foot. There's that right there, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. This is crazy because I the last name thing just threw me for a loop, and then I think we're done. Do you, like when you tell people your name, do you go by Shelby Nealy or do you go by Shelby Stenson?
I usually just go by Nealy at this point. What happened with that is the DMV down there fucked up.
The DMV.
In Florida, West Palm, they fucked up.
Okay.
They basically made my name Nealy, even though it's Spenson, and I had all the documents to say that. And then, yeah. So, my legal name is Spenson, though.
Okay.
Yeah. Because I got the name change in 2003.
So okay, you did have a legal name change.
Yes, I
in
had a legal
2003.
name change.
Just Spenson, which is your
Real name, which is my stepdad's last name.
stepdad's last name. Okay.
And then, like I said, they messed up when I went up there. Do you think I could call my mom?
As soon as we walk out of here, I'll ask them. I don't know what the procedure is on that, but I'll ask them. Okay.
I just want to let her know that CPS has the kids and that they're going to be doing background checks and all that.
Okay. Let me get with the detectives and I'll ask. All right. Right back.
Thank you, guys.
All right. I call the detective and pastor.
Let me do this. Because I'm only signing on another phone.
So is there anything else going on? Like, I think the
I have
CO
no
said-
idea yet, to be honest with you.
Yeah, CO said something about maybe moving me to downtown county or something like that.
Yeah, that's what
And
he's,
then-
that's what he's in a rush to do. That doesn't mean that's what's gonna happen.
And then this detective.
He's not a detective. What's phone?
440 773 2308. Thank you.
I'm just gonna keep the door cracked so I can see you, though, okay?
Yeah. Mom, it's me. I figured out where the kids are at.
Get the phone charger so you can try to use some privacy there. Get my phone charger.
Yeah, on you. When I was talking to the detective, he was telling me that they're going to be seeing if you guys are a good, stable home for them. Which you know, everything is, all your I's are dotted and all your T's are crossed. I mean, you've been at that house for like 19 years now, so you've had a stable place, stable jobs, you know, everything. You guys will be good with that. The only thing that sucks is my kids are in CPS right now, and that like really hurts me. Please, when you get my kids, take care of them and love them. Oh. Well, Mom, would you raise my kids if they gave you my
At
kids?
some point, I must have changed it from number one to show number one. But the last time I screwed up and they made me change it to.
I know. I know, but I really need you to give it some thought and some serious consideration because these kids need you. Granny Debbie is not a good woman when it comes to all that stuff. You are the best mom that I know. You are, and I mean that with my whole heart. My kids need you, Mom. My kids need you so much. You're... Basically, they tracked me down and got me at the house and then brought me to the police station. I'll probably, are you there? I'll probably be getting expedited to Florida here soon, within this week.
Yeah, you're supposed to assault them, call them.
No, they died, they figured out who did it, and then they caught me.
Yeah. This morning, I got to be gone for the day before long. Well, on Friday, when it was after, I said, you know, after,
I know you don't understand, but I don't, please don't hang up on me, and please continue loving me. Please don't.
Yeah, I can work on the report that was filed by, this is because of the heritage of one contract.
It was January of 2018. As for the date, it was probably a couple of days after New Year's. The story of her coming after Bella with a knife, that's all true up until the point that I said I let go of her. Let go. Yes. And then I buried her in the backyard and came up to Ohio with a shovel, and I had a backyard. No. I confess. Yes, I have. They're in the process of doing that right now. I just recently killed them. Yes, I did it in December, the early part of December. Until like September, and then I got my own place, and then I had no choice. I mean, there's always a choice, yes, but at that. Yes. They were with me, but they weren't. They were in another room when all that happened, and they were.
Great, thank you so much.
No, they trusted me. They think I've been with Jamie this whole time because I've been lying to them. So I told them Jamie was in Texas and that she couldn't get off vacation for work. And then I stayed with them for a week until I did that. No, they were awake, but I made sure to do it to where they didn't feel pain and didn't see it coming. Yes. No, they were all caught off guard one at a time. Nick was gone at work and the mom was gone at the store. That's when I got the dad. I got the mom as soon as she walked in, and I cleaned up the mess. Brother came home that night, and we played video games and watched TV together. He went to sleep, and that's when I got him. I was going to bury them, but I couldn't because they were too heavy. So I just left them. No, they were all cleaned up, and then I moved them to their room. I am sorry. I know this is difficult for you here.
Sure, the date of the check is what she issued, the date of the check's May 20, 2017.
I know, and I know I'm a monster, and I'm a horrible person, but I need my kids taken care of. That's all.
Yeah. The amounts were $4,284. Yeah, I get it. Thanks.
Mom, I'm not lying about this. I'm not lying about this. I am in jail right now calling you from the police station. I know you. What are you having a hard time believing? unfortunately, it's all true. And, you know,
Yes.
I know, and I know it's hard for you, and I can't blame you for all the emotions going through you right now. I really can't. I don't blame you for hating me, and I don't blame you for not loving me.
You know, is that tied in?
And I don't blame you for, like, not talking to me ever again. But even if you don't raise those kids, please be a part of their life.
Like I said, I know you probably did it, I can provide you.
Mom, when I think of my child,
Every license, there's no other information you need, you can kind of, actually, let your kids check it out, will that be better? That'd be great, that's exactly what I need. Oh, that'd be great. Thank you, sir.
well, that's it. And they're good kids. They deserve you. And you can give that to them, Mom. You can give them the best life. You gave me a wonderful life. I promise you, you gave me the best childhood that any kid could ever hope for. You, Mom, I can't even. I know it's a huge commitment to raise 2 kids. I know, but Mom, these are your grandkids.
Thank you very much, I appreciate it. I'll send an email request, and then whatever you have, I really appreciate it. Thank you. You have a good day.
Mom, I know, but I'm not really focused on me right now. I'm not going to get a happy ending, Mom. This is a high-profile case. Your son is probably going to die within the next 7 years because of this. Just well, yeah, I know that. But can I keep in contact with you for now when I can do my phone calls and stuff like that? Even if it costs money? Okay. And even if it costs money, I won't blow it up like how I did before. Okay. I plan on writing you too, if that's okay. I'm just really worried about my kids, Mom. They need you, and I can't describe that enough. They need you. You're their grandmother. And I promise you, they are better kids than me. They're so happy and loving. Your heart will melt just when you hold them, Mom. Please, I need you to consider it. I know it's a big thing to ask of you. It is. It's the biggest thing I can ask from you. Hey, after raising me, can you raise mine too? I know that's a lot. But it will benefit those kids the most in the end. My daughter looks exactly like you, Mom. Please. I'm sorry. I am. And I'm sorry because I know that I'm probably never going to see you. You know, I'm going to be in Florida after this. I'll probably never see you again. Mom, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I'm strong and I can survive. Okay. But those kids are not strong yet. Please, please. If this is my dying wish, Mom, if this is my dying wish, I need you to raise my kids. Because that's the only way I know they're going to have a good life. I can die peacefully knowing that. Please, I need you to talk it over with Dad. I need you to consider it because you guys are the best. The CPS is going to want them to go to you. They're not going to want to deal with all that Texas garbage. And on top of it, you're a better fit than Granny. And you raise your kids with love, Mom. And you're just a wonderful, loving, kind person. That's what my kids need. They need that stability. They need that. I know this is a lot for you. Okay, I understand that. I will hope, I probably won't be able, I will discuss. Okay, I love you. Can you do me a favor? Can you tell Caitlin I love her? And to stop picking idiots, and to start learning how to be happy, and that I really did care about her, and that I always loved her, and I always will. Okay, thank you. All right, I love you. Bye.
Hold on a second, because I gotta let them know you're coming back. Real quick question. Your children are listed as Bella Rose and Oliver Rose. Is Rose the last name?
It was, yeah, that's their last name. My last name was eventually going to become Rose, but...
Oh, okay. So you just haven't changed it. I just wanted to confirm their last name was Rose.
And they've got a couple follow-up questions.
Okay. All right, thanks, buddy.
I was on the phone with Pasco, and I was relaying to him all the chain of events. How you relate to them. The incident with the hammer, when she hit you with the hammer, was that the same day, or was that a different day?
Way earlier
And
than here.
the same house or a different house?
Different house.
Where did you live prior again?
I lived with her parents before that, but that's not where it happened. It happened in Ohio.
Unknown address in Ohio is where she hit you with the hammer?
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know the address, but it was her aunt's house. Her aunt technically owns the house now.
And were the police called for that?
No.
No police.
No.
Where,
Police were rarely called, but when they were, they always took her away, and then she always came back.
okay, do you remember specific places where you lived where the police were called and she
Yes, I
took
do.
it? Okay, where would that be?
Like specific addresses?
If you have them. If not, at least a jurisdiction, like what sheriff's office it would have been or what police department it would have been.
All right, so first place was Cleveland, Ohio, off of Pearl Road.
Cleveland, Pearl Road. Okay. And was she arrested?
Yeah, she was taken. She wasn't arrested, but she was taken for her psychological
Mental evaluation?
Yes, she had beat on me, and then she imprisoned the baby
Beating on you with hands or with a weapon?
with hands, pepper spray, all that good shit. And then she held her newborn daughter up like this over the concrete.
Okay. Any other?
I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
Are the records of police calls always on there?
Yes, that's why I'm asking you, because the sheriff's office wants to look into any issues with domestic violence between the two of you, so they can pull all the police reports and do research on what you're saying, so they can validate what you're saying.
Okay. I did go to jail for domestic violence.
You went?
Yes. With her. It was at the...
Both of you were arrested?
No. I basically took the fall.
Okay, where was that?
This was at the aunt's house, Broadview Heights.
Broadview Heights?
Yes.
Ohio?
Yes. I'm sorry, I forgot all
That's
about
okay.
this. But this is a good thing to bring up.
Yes.
Domestic violence, I took the fall for her. I basically said I hit her and all this shit.
On that one?
Yeah. I even called the cops on myself and all that, I believe. Broadview Heights, there was a ton of cop calls there.
Met multiple calls?
Multiple.
Do you remember the address there?
I do not.
So that's Broadview Heights, Ohio.
Yes.
So the
South
hammer...
Wallings Road.
Wallings Road? Wallings?
Yeah. Another place she got police called on her heavily, West Palm Beach, Lake Worth.
Lake Worth Sheriff?
Yes.
Was she ever arrested?
Yes. And Baker acted.
Baker Act?
Yeah.
Do you know if she was arrested or Baker Acted or both? You
She
guys
was just Baker Act.
Baker Act.
Yeah.
And how many times? One?
No, she was Baker Acted like 3 to 4 times there. You guys will be able to see that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
Spring Hill, Florida. That was domestic violence on her part towards her parents.
She arrested?
Yes. But that's the one where the parents dropped the case and all that good shit.
Mm-hmm. When, do you remember when that was about? September of
2017.
and these other ones?
The West Palm, 2015.
Okay. Froggy Heights
2017.
and Cleveland.
2016.
And they were asking me to go more in detail. What, and I know you said it was ongoing domestic violence. Usually,
I'm sorry, I'll be the stop.
Yeah.
Can I use a copy?
Sure.
Shit, I don't get it.
Yeah. Use the restroom.
What's that?
Restroom.
I'm just being all kinds of complicated.
I have a second person. Want to call it, yeah, video, identify the guy. If I find out, I will let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Better?
Yeah. Sorry, I just keep worrying about
Hey, I'm 100% with you on that. Like I told you, I only have one, and I would be the same as you are.
I just got off the phone with my mom. I know she's going through a lot right now, especially after hearing all this.
Yeah.
But she can't give me a definite answer whether or not she'll embrace the kids or not, which is kind of scary to me. But I think at the end of the day, she'll make the right choice.
I hope so.
So,
I hope so. All right.
nice follow-up questions.
Yes. So are those all the incidents you can think of? Spring Hill, she was arrested for domestic violence, September 2017. Baker Act at least 3 or 4 times. 2015 West Palm,
Yes.
Lake Worth Esso. We can look it up if you don't remember a street. You were 1015. You called on yourself. Broadview Heights. But there's multiple other calls about domestics. And then Cleveland, Ohio, Pearl Road, 2016. She was Baker Acted.
Oh, well, they don't do Baker Acting up here.
Okay.
But yeah, they put her in the...
Mental eval, they call
Yeah.
it, something like that.
Yeah.
Equivalent of a Baker Act,
Yeah. I think it was because she just got done having a kid and all that.
like postpartum depression kind of thing. Okay. They asked me to go back the night that you killed Jamie. That day, you said she beat you up. What time of day did that? What time? What?
She died during the day, too.
She died during the day.
Yeah, she did die at night.
Okay. So that morning, everything's good.
No.
Starts off crappy. You guys wake up.
Yeah, because her dog is lost. It was my fault. Like, I let him out, and I didn't stay out there with him.
So you let the dog out and just went back in, or?
Well, the backyard had like a hole in the fence towards this way when you're coming out on the dining, onto that little dining area shed. So he went out that way. I remember now.
Was that the night before, or was that that morning?
Night before.
Night before?
Yeah. So she's all upset about that, blaming me for that, basically attacking me all night and all that stuff.
So when you say attacking you, physically attacking you?
Yes, sir.
Punch, slap, kick?
Slap, kick, grab my balls, grab anything that would hurt me.
No weapons, though.
She might have whacked me with a couple of things. I can't remember though.
Okay.
But she usually did start whacking me
Okay.
when
So what time do you go to bed that night?
I can feel that.
You don't go to bed?
No, she has me staying up all night looking for the dog and this and that.
Okay.
And she's still upset in the morning, so this continues until the afternoon. And then that's when it gets to the night part, and we know what happens from there.
So continues into the morning. Now is she still being abusive, still hitting you, or like, is Is it just like nonstop? Anytime she gets close to you, she's hitting you, kind of thing, or is she like seeking you out? Like
She would seek me out. There were times where she would seek me out. The only reason she would stop at times is because it would like physically tire her out.
Mhm.
But yeah, I would say something and then she would just start an argument with me and then get up and tell me that she's going to attack me.
She would tell you I'm going to attack you?
Oh yeah. The one time we went out and she bought a knife and she told me that she was going to kill me with that knife.
So you had mentioned earlier that from these attacks you were bloody and you were laying on the floor. Where were you bleeding from? Face, nose?
Face, because she would scratch me a lot too, so I was just bleeding randomly everywhere.
So facial bleeding.
Definitely body bleeding too, because when she would get into those modes, she would usually have me remove clothing to make it more harmful to me, to make it hurt more.
She would tell you to take your clothes off?
Yeah. Yeah, there was a time where she told me to strip down naked and go sit outside. And when if I tried to come inside, she would hit me with a belt.
Okay. So when you're laying on the floor, are you naked or you put clothes on?
I have
this time.
I just don't have a shirt on, but I have pants on.
Pants on.
Yeah.
And what
That's
time?
what it was. I was bleeding and all that stuff, and she had continuously been beating me with a belt, and then she was like, you know what, this obviously isn't doing shit, let me go grab something else. And that's when she goes and grabs a knife. I'm sorry, I'm really not trying to keep adding details and
No,
shit.
that's fine.
I just keep remembering them.
Beating you with a belt, you're on the floor.
Yeah, well, she makes me go to the floor. I'm not on the floor purposely, like just from like being beaten down that bad. Like I'm on the floor because it's like, dude, you need to fucking stop. Like I'm literally laying here. Just stop.
You're like on the floor in a submissive position,
Yeah.
hoping she'll stop.
Oh yeah, because I'm bleeding. I got red marks all over me from that leather ass belt.
And she said this isn't working or something like that, or
Yeah, and that's when she went into the kitchen, and that's when I'm slowly getting up and everything, and she comes out with a knife, tells me to get down, and I say no, grabs my arm, does that, and then goes after Bella, and then we'll get the story from there.
and what time of day was it you said?
It was around afternoon, like early afternoon.
You remember the day of the week, by any chance?
Did they find her?
They're still working on it. It's a very tedious process when you're trying to unearth
Oh, you got
somebody.
yourself waiting for a search warrant or something?
I don't know what the status of that is, but I will tell you when they do get the warrant, or if they have it, they have to go like a little very methodically when they're excavating, especially human remains. I don't know if you ever watched any shows like that, but they have to go like layer by layer. They can't just get a backhoe and just start scooping because they don't know how deep she is. And you said you think 5 feet, right?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah. But if you're, if I just said, hey, Shelby says she's 5 feet down, and they measure 5 feet, and they just start scooping up, and she's at 4, they're going to damage her remains. We don't want to do that. You understand?
Yeah, so
So
they're
it's-
probably going to be there for
It's
a
like
day or two.
I equate it to like an archaeological dig. They're going to go layer, 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 layer. I mean, they're going to go very thin because they don't want to disturb her because they go,
Because at this point, it's been a year, and they don't want to damage.
right. They want to keep her in the condition that she is in to the best of their ability. Okay. So, just for that day so the night prior, you lose the dog. You know what time that was by any chance?
Around 8 at night.
So at 8 o'clock, you lose the dog. She's blaming you all night, smacking you around, hitting you with various items, basically anything she can find around the house. Where are the kids at when all this is going on? Are they there
Yeah, they're sleeping in their room at this point.
at night? They're
Yeah.
sleeping.
Well, at first they weren't, but then it was like, dude, you can't just keep doing this in front of them. So I put them all to bed.
So,
And then, of course, I got attacked because I was calling her a bad mom and all of that. Can I get some more water? Yeah.
I'll give you this also soon. Oh. I'm gonna need some too pretty soon. We talked so much yesterday. I was like hoarse.
Yeah.
I don't know about you too. So.
I'm just glad they finally gave me a blanket real close today.
Yeah, because that paper suit wasn't cutting it.
Unless I held completely still and didn't move in my sleep.
Yeah. Well, I told you about the blanket because you always have to worry about risks of the person trying to hurt themselves.
Yeah.
You're up all night looking for the dog. Upset you don't go to sleep. She continues to hit. Does she ever go to sleep?
She goes to sleep, yeah.
She goes to sleep. Do you remember from when to when, by any chance?
No, because she would just wake up randomly. Did you find my dog? Obviously, I didn't say that would get attacked. To this day, I still don't know what that dog is.
What kind of dog was it?
It was a German Shepherd pit.
It's an interesting mix.
Yeah.
What was the dog's name?
Cat.
Captain. So you didn't kill the dog?
No. Very good. Thank you.
All right, so she sleeps on and off, and like this. Are there ever any good times during this day, or is this all?
No, this was hell.
This whole day was just like her beating on you randomly, face everywhere.
Real odd. He's like,
Okay. Did you ever take pictures of any of your injuries?
no, but I will tell you that pictures did often get taken of me from the police, especially on Wallings Road.
Okay. But nothing, the day of her death,
No,
you didn't, I know you didn't call the police, but you didn't like take her cell phone, her/your cell phone to take pictures of your injuries. Okay. Sorry, I'm just all scribble everywhere. I'm trying to keep it all together.
Organized.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of
Organized chaos.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of it. I think I'm missing one more place that she had the police. 6007 Morningside Drive. 6007 Morningside Drive. My parents' address. She had the police called.
Where's that?
Parma, Ohio.
Parma, Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
When she was arrested, or?
No, she was just told to get off the property. Because she was harassing my mom. Like, majorly.
Remember when that was? Approximately a month, year?
2017.
You don't know when? Just 2017.
I think around March. No. April.
April? But as long as we're close.
2016 of April, because I'm thinking of my son's thing. And then she had the police called on her at Chupa's Marketplace.
Chupa's?
Yeah, Chuppas. Marketplace. That's in Parma Heights, Ohio.
The business? I'm assuming?
Yeah, I was working there and she was trying to argue with me and got upset that I wouldn't argue with her while I was at work. So she came up there trying to,
And
they'll tell you.
I'll call the police.
I believe the owners of the store because it's a privately owned marketplace.
The police called me to leave.
Yeah, I think they tried to take her to jail, or they were going to do something along those lines. But she said that Bella was sick, so they took her to the hospital instead with Bella.
Possibly the hospital.
Yeah, that's everywhere. That's definitely everywhere now. She's got the police called on her.
Okay.
All of her psychosis and domestic violence related stuff. However, you're going to run into the problem that almost every single one of them got dropped.
Okay. Well, but they're still documented.
Okay.
No matter whether they were prosecuted, successfully, dropped, no file, whatever we call no file, where they don't file charges, there's still a police report generated. So if there is a permanent record. I mean, it may say at the bottom that charges were not pursued, charges were dropped.
So does that mean the pictures of me are gone, or are they going to still be documented, those pictures?
It depends on the agency, their policy. They usually keep them for a certain amount of time. And then if it's a no-file case, they're purged because they can keep cases, keep evidence of cases that are purged for, you know what I mean by purged, like dismissed. You can't just indefinitely keep records for every single thing. But there's usually a time frame. They usually have a policy where they have to keep it for a certain amount of time. However,
Because if 10 years, it's probably gone.
if the photographs are gone, if there were photographs taken and they're gone, I know my practice and our policy in Tarpon Springs, Florida is if there's injuries, you to document the injuries. You don't just say see pictures.
Oh.
Like if it was me, I would say
They did.
Shelby had injuries to his right cheek, his right arm, whatever the case may be. You would write it down because there's an old saying in police work: if you didn't document, you didn't write it down, and it didn't happen.
That makes sense. Okay, yeah, that definitely should be documented.
So, and I think we covered this. The hammer. After you choked her and you went and retrieved the hammer, you retrieved it from the kitchen.
And the hammer is gone.
And that's the one you disposed of in the dumpster at Wells Fargo.
Yes.
And it is not the same hammer that was used at Ann's house.
No.
Okay.
So these cases aren't going to be put together, are they?
No, they can't. There's two reasons for that. Number one is, I'm sorry, a big Pete. There's two reasons for that. Number one, two totally different time frames. When you killed your wife, it was over a year ago, and it was in Pasco County. That's a different jurisdiction, Tarpon Springs. So then my case with the three individuals, that's in Tarpon Springs, Pinellas County, Florida, different jurisdiction, different time frames. So they have to be, they're in the same judicial circuit, but they're separate jurisdictions. You know what a jurisdiction is?
Yeah.
Like Pasco County is one jurisdiction, Pinellas County, Tarpon Springs is another jurisdiction.
So I'm basically going to be getting
So you'll have,
reports.
correct, you'll have three homicides in Pinellas County,
And then one homicide.
and then one in Pasco County. When you were living in Pasco for that brief amount of time, you lived there for a total of what?
Like 3 or 4 months at that.
3 or 4 months?
October to January.
Of 18, right? Did you have any friends, acquaintances, or anything like that that you would have told or confided in that, my wife beats the shit out of me with belts, whatever she can get her hands on? Is there anybody in Pasco County on Norwood Avenue or anywhere in that vicinity that the Pasco County detectives need to speak, you think that they need to speak with, that would have pertinent information regarding you and Jamie?
No, we just kept to ourselves.
Just kept to yourself.
I mean, we talked to the neighbor boy here and there, but we just mainly kept to ourselves.
So
They didn't see any domestic violence shit going on.
But you didn't have a buddy that you confided in and said, "Hey, bro, my wife beat the shit out of me every day." And I know that's kind of an embarrassing thing. You're a guy.
Yeah.
You're not going to be like, "Brian, hey, my wife beats me up."
I wasn't allowed to have friends.
Okay.
I mean, of course, her parents knew about it, but they didn't really care.
And unfortunately, we can't ask them.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I'm talking about people we can ask to validate. Yeah, dude. Like,
Now, there are people you can validate the domestic violence from her to me. My parents are for sure.
right. But I'm just saying, like in Pasco, you
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
confide in a neighbor, a coworker. But you neither one of you work when you're in Pasco, right?
Right.
All right. Just tight for just a minute. We're making a phone call, relay this information, make sure they don't have to, so that way I'm not dragging in and out and in and out, okay? You're right back, maybe run over. I'm just gonna go. You don't know Brian. Okay. And when you're who's Brian? You know somebody named Brian? You don't know anybody named Brian? You don't know Brian. Okay. And when you're dating the grave in Tarpon, your daughter's standing outside with you, right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that was taken.
If you need help, like someone to hold it while you're doing it, just let me know.
Who's Brian? Was he someone from Tarpon Springs or Pasco?
I don't know. They just asked me to, they just asked, one of the detectives in Florida just asked you who Brian was. And then asked about the, all right, let's see. Did you take any of the dogs for a walk?
No.
No. Do you, okay, I'm going to try to take some to scale. They want a measurement on your injuries. So let's see. Try to do, that's about the front of it, right? And that's, I think there's one from here. Foot.
Do you care if I ask you a couple of questions?
I told you before, you don't have to ask me questions. I want to be able to tell you, but if I can't answer your question, you know how I've been trying to be upfront with you.
Yeah.
If I can't answer, I'll tell you I can't answer it. Kind of point this one out. Where does it start? It's from there to like there.
Yeah. with this being a high-profile case, they're obviously going to want it to get solved quickly to keep the public happy, correct? Because the case is solved.
Solved? Yes. Completed? No. Because, like I told you, I want to be able to paint a picture from as much as I can of everything you did, tracking all of your movements, everything. You know what I mean? So, what was your phone number?
832-412-6528.
I think they were asking because you ordered a pizza on Domino's. Did you remember like calling them and telling them who's having a bad day or something like that? Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah.
What did you say to them? Like,
I said, send me up who's ever having a bad day, and I'll give them a good tip.
give them a good tip.
Yeah.
And what was the reason for that? Just trying to make somebody's day better, or?
Yeah. I mean, just because I killed people doesn't mean that. First of all, we already know that I didn't want to kill those people. You know. Second of all, I do try to spread kindness and be a good person as often as I can be. So yeah, I was just trying to make someone's day better after doing all those atrocities.
I had to get a drink. I'm sorry. You good?
Yeah, I'm good. Thank you.
I told you, I feel like, you know, like, we've talked so much, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, I don't want to stop you from talking, and you're drinking water and coffee. I'm like, oh my God, I'm so thirsty.
Oh, yeah.
I think it was making me thirstier looking at you drinking a drink, you having drinks and me not having drinks. I'm like, oh my gosh, I need soda.
You know, that mess with you mentally. What was I saying? Yeah, I just was. Was that the person's name from Domino's, Brian?
No, I believe, if this is off memory, that was a female that delivered it.
Yeah, it was a female that delivered it. Yeah, you guys really dotted your I's and crossed your T's. I didn't even know that kind of shit could be tracked.
Yes, we have you selling games on video.
What games?
His Xbox stuff. I guess you went to GameStop. Remember you went to GameStop with the...
Oh, you know what? Yeah, you're right. I traded some of the games in to get a Nintendo Switch. I forgot about that.
Okay.
I definitely apologize.
Where's the Nintendo Switch?
It's in the house.
In the house.
Yeah, I forgot all about that. I'm sorry. I'm really not trying to lie to you. It's just a lot of details to go along with this shit.
You were under extreme so you traded the games for a Nintendo Switch. That's our job, is to create a solid, like I said, I was trying to tell you the importance of the timeline. Remember, I went back and rehashed about the phone calls with him, because he said, a relative said he called me. He said that's absolutely impossible, because I know for a fact that I killed him prior to that. So, he's telling me off, I guess.
If there's other questions you need to ask me, go for it. I honestly can't remember a Brian or who a Brian is, or I didn't even really talk to anybody when I was in Tarpon Springs.
Right.
I may have talked to a neighbor here and there that passed by, but
While you were digging the grave.
yeah.
Yeah. 'Cause I think one of the neighbors said like your daughter wanted to pet their dog or something like that. All right.
So with this being a so this case it's solved basically, but it's not going to go through its final.
That's what we were, okay, so that's what we were talking about. So, because, the next step is we have to search the residence you're staying at now, so we're going to have to get a warrant to go in there and search that and retrieve all the items that you said were from their house or that you brought back. Then we have to get a warrant for the vehicle that you stole from them, and then get all those things done and processed. And then, like I said, I haven't been able to talk to we have to figure out arrangements of how the vehicle, or all
Yeah,
these brought back
that's
to
confusing
Florida.
because the CO was trying to say that we're going to downtown county.
Well, because that is this is only like a temporary, from my understanding, this is like a temporary facility. This is like their jail. Anytime you charge, you go to an actual county facility.
Okay, so I will be going down there.
Yes, because this is like a temporary spot until they can bring you to the actual, like this is the police department. They have holding cells. Then you're brought to a county jail, which is where you would be until you're brought back to Florida.
How long do you think that'll be?
I can't answer that.
Okay.
So, I mean, I would assume they're going to try to expedite the process, and either they have to do extradition paperwork, and if you don't oppose the extradition, then it goes faster. You know, if you decide you want to try to fight the extradition, then there's hearings involved and attorneys, and slows the process. So, well, I can't give you legal advice. If you waive that, that's up to you. You know, but I can't give you any form of legal advice, obviously. And I'm not an attorney, so you don't want legal advice from me because I'm not an attorney.
Well, we both know what I care about the end results.
Yes.
And the truth is how.
Bottom line is your kids.
My kids. That's the very biggest thing. I don't think they'll have me in general population.
I can't answer that, but like I said, I don't think so, but I can't answer that. And here, go ahead and stand up for me, and I'm going to take an overall picture of you. I know I took like the detail with the rulers and stuff like that. I was going to take quick. All right. There we go. 1, 2. It's going to take 1, 2. Turn your side. 1. They're probably just in jail too, I know. And back the other way. And we'll do one again. We'll see the tattoo. All right, and this one. Oh, okay. Did that hurt? I know that had to hurt. I heard that ribs are painful, and I don't know if you can see. I've got a lot of ink. I did not do the ribs.
Oh yeah.
Because number one, I'm a little chubby. I'm a little bit older, and it would look like a wave instead of like if I would be able to read it. And I've been told that I have a lot of ink that is an extremely painful place.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I thought my chest hurt more than that.
I've heard chest is very painful too. I don't have any on my chest. My arms are done and my back is done, but I don't have any. I know I have the inside of my arm done, and that was quite painful. But I've heard the chest is. I have friends that are covered, and I've heard the chest is.
Yeah, that chest was no joke.
Very painful. Was it worse than the ribs?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Well, with the ribs, they were just writing shit down like in black ink. So.
There's no shading, no
Yeah.
rubbing.
Yeah. It was. First of all, this is a cover-up of a tattoo I had previously of my first wife, because I was 18 and dumb.
Oh, that's the Caitlin?
Yeah.
You guys were married?
Yeah.
Okay, that's right. You said you were married to Reed, and you were hitting her, you were messed up, you were hitting her and stuff like that. Were the police called for those?
Yeah, I went to jail for that for a couple of days. But there was only like, it was just that incident. Year 2012.
2012 with Caitlin?
September 2012. It might be off my record at this point because it was a misdemeanor, and it was when I was like 18, 19, and I'm like 25 now.
And you were 10, 15 for domestic?
Huh?
You were, sorry, I use police lingo. I apologize. Talking to you like we've been talking so long, I feel like we work together almost. We are working together. 10, 15 is like a street for us. It's like you're arrested.
Yeah.
So you're arrested for domestic on Caitlin, your ex-wife, in September of 2012.
Yes.
When were you divorced? Approximately year.
I believe it's actually the same year that me and her got married, 2015
Okay.
of March.
All right. probably going to be the last time we're going to speak, so if you have anything else you could think of, now's the time.
I'm not really
I don't know where I'm
concerned
going to be
for
going
my
next.
safety up here, because, this is a Florida case. I don't think that shit will be on the news up here, all like that. I am concerned about my safety down there.
And they are, and I know prisoners a lot of times don't think we care. We don't want to see you get injured either. We want this to go to the justice system. We want everything to go smoothly. Like I said, they will ensure the best of their ability. I am sure of your safety. Whether it means you're not put in general population, you're put in solitary, that may happen. I don't know I can't speak of what the arrangements will be, but I know, I will express to them that you're concerned for your safety. I'm sure they are as well, being a high-profile case. The last thing they want to happen is, hey, we just arrested this guy for 4 homicides and something has happened to him, because then it looks bad on us guys. Like, okay, you did all this work to catch this guy. You go all the way to Ohio and you can't keep him safe. So the last thing they want is, you to get in there. Yeah. You know what I mean? So I will express to them that you are concerned for your safety. Yeah. And,
It's just because of the kids. Like, I don't want to. They've dealt with a lot of shit already, and they're going to continue dealing with a lot of shit the older they grow up. But the last thing I want is they can't get their questions answered because I got shamed in prison.
you want to be alive so you can answer their questions when they're old enough to know what happened and can get answers.
I want to be able to tell them I love them.
Right. Gotcha. All right, buddy. Well, I sincerely wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
And
Not that I don't have much luck, but
well,
let's hope I don't die.
obviously that too, but like I said, I appreciate your forthcoming honesty and bringing a quick resolution to this, and I think that one of the, albeit horrible, way to get to the outcome is that, like I told you yesterday, hopefully we can recover Jamie and we can give her a proper burial, because she doesn't deserve to be in a backyard wrapped up in a comforter, So, and you said you did the chemical thing on her too, right?
No, I didn't.
You did not. Okay. Just the cleanup in the house. Okay. All right. Go get them, and they can bring you back. And I'm sure I'll probably see you in Florida at some point in time in the future, but it may be a while.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
Nealy does. He's gonna walk you back to the door over here, this gentleman.
Leave the blanket.
Members of the jury, let me advise you of this, that just like the first interview that you saw, the video that you just viewed has been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not add to your understanding of the case. The fact that the recording had been edited should not concern you in any way. All right, seems like we've been going long enough, so let's go ahead and take a 15-minute break. And have a comfort break, and then we'll
3 more questions, then read the stipulations, and then I'll be done with questions.
All right, well,
This is part of his direct, part of his subject.
okay. Okay, why don't we do it when this witness is completely done, that is direct, cross, redirect, and then I'll read the stipulations and then we're done, right?
Correct.
As far as the state's case.
Either's fine.
Okay. So that's what we'll do. All right, do we want to wait for Mr. Doig or?
No, you can go.
Okay, all right, let's bring the jury. Involuntarily, correct?
Right.
No one is forcing you or threatening you or anything like that, right? Very good.
Jurors in the jury box this evening.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. Mr. Shelby, you may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, Detective Sergeant? Sergeant?
Detective Sergeant.
Detective Sergeant Anderson. I want to turn your attention to December 13th of 2023. Were you present in court when this defendant pled guilty to 3 counts of murder in the first degree for killing Richard, Laura, and Nicholas, and also pled guilty to manslaughter for killing Jamie Ivancic?
I was.
And you observed him enter that plea?
I did.
I don't have any more questions, Judge.
All right, cross-examination.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
How are you?
Outstanding. Yourself?
Very well, thank you. All right, so you were the lead investigator in this case, right?
I was.
And you just stated a minute ago that probably because you were the lead investigator, you were present in court in December of 2023 when Mr. Nealy entered guilty pleas, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And he received a 30-year sentence to the lesser included offense of manslaughter on Jamie Ivancic, correct?
Correct.
Prior to you've been in law enforcement for how long?
October 6th will be 28 years.
Okay, and during some part of your tenure in that 28 years, you investigated sex crimes, right?
I did.
Okay, and you would agree with me that it is a crime for a female adult or any...
Yeah.
Being that you were a detective who previously investigated sex crimes, you know that in the state of Florida, it is illegal for an adult to have sex or sexual relations with a 15-year-old child, right?
Correct.
And in investigating these sex crimes, you've come to learn that sometimes when you speak with these children, that sometimes they're a little embarrassed, not quite forthcoming sometimes, right?
Correct.
And that there are actually people other than people in law enforcement who sometimes question the children for law enforcement, who might be social workers or work with children or something like that.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, we know obviously you flew to Ohio in this case to speak with Mr. Nealy and did some other things while you were up there, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Nealy was eager to speak with you.
He was.
And at the time you go to Ohio, at the time that you are going there, your understanding of the charge that Mr. Nealy is facing is grand theft auto for taking the vehicle of Laura Ivancic.
That's correct.
Okay. As you get information from Mr. Nealy, we see you going back and forth sometimes. You're relaying that information to law enforcement down here in Florida.
That is correct. Myself and Detective Scarpati was outside of the room feverishly taking notes and relaying information to our detectives as well as Pasco County.
Okay, so not only are you sometimes leaving to do that, but she's listening in, so she's able to get this information while you keep going, and she's able to talk with them and give them the information that you're getting.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you certainly had never met Mr. Nealy before, right?
I had not.
Okay. And it's not difficult to figure out that you're not really there to help him, right? You weren't sent there by any lawyers of his or anything like that?
No, I was not.
Okay. And he was obviously very forthcoming and cooperative with information that he provided to you?
He was.
And about what happened in these cases?
Yes.
Okay. One of the very first things he tells you right away is, well, we're not going to bullshit. Obviously, I did it, right?
Yes.
Okay. You ask him some background questions. He tells you he had a good childhood with his mom and his dad, his stepdad.
Correct.
Right? He tells you that he was homeless for some portion. The volume was very low, but he tells you he was homeless for some portion of 2014 or 15 and has some PTSD from that.
Yes, for the cold.
Okay. And then he tells you that everything started going downhill when his biological father killed himself.
Correct.
Okay. And that was a day after Shelby's 17th birthday.
I believe that is what he advised, yes.
Okay. Now, during your conversations with Mr. Nealy, at intermittent places, he kind of interrupts you to ask you several questions or make comments about his children.
Yes, he does.
Okay. And he asks you, are my kids taken care of?
Yes, he does.
He asks you if his mom picked them up.
Yes.
He just wanted to make sure that his kids were okay.
He did.
Mr. Nealy tells you that the Ivancics he thought were great people, but he thought they were going to take his kids.
Yes,
Right.
and that they were not good parents.
Okay. And he's concerned about his children's safety,
He is.
and that's why he wants them with his mom and not to just go with CPS.
Correct.
That's
She
Child
was-
Protective Services, right?
Correct. He relayed the fact that she was a great mother and he would like his kids to go with her.
Sure. And he also wanted to know if there was any way that he could see his kids because he knew he was going to be extradited to Florida.
That is correct.
Just for even 15 or 20 minutes, he wanted to see them.
Yes.
Because he knows, and in fact tells you, that this is going to be the last time I'm probably going to get to do that before they're adults.
That's correct.
You told him that you couldn't do that, but that he could write them a letter at some point to give to, so that they could have that.
Yes.
He told you that it's a relief to be caught because what's really going to suck is him not being a part of his kids' lives.
He did.
Now, later on, when you come back for the second interview that we saw this morning, the first thing he says to you is, did you find out who my kids are with?
Correct.
And again, throughout the second interview, he brings up his kids, asks questions about his kids, things like that, right?
He does.
Okay. Now, he told you that at the time he killed Jamie, that he thought that she was going through some kind of psychosis because she came at their daughter with a knife, right?
That is correct.
Okay. The prior instances of domestic violence or Baker Acts or those sort of things that you were discussing with Mr. Nealy, the Hernando County case where there was domestic violence she committed domestic violence on her mother, I believe, you were able to gather some of those reports, records that he told you about to corroborate what he was telling you, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when he tells you that he killed Jamie because she was coming at their daughter with a knife, you thought this occurred in West Palm, right?
I wasn't sure where it occurred.
Okay. You didn't know.
I did not.
You had no information about Jamie at all.
Correct.
He told you that it happened in Pasco.
Yes.
He described the house to you.
Yes, he did.
He told you the street.
Yes, he did.
He even told you the driveway was a half moon shape.
Yes.
He told you the house was white.
I know he mentioned the shutters were blue. I don't remember the
That
house
was my
color.
next question. The shutters were blue trim, I believe, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And at the same time that this is going on, he's showing you different scars and marks on him that came from Jamie.
Correct. He showed me multiple scars and marks that he alleged were results of interactions with Jamie.
He also told you where the car was, Miss Ivancic's car was, right?
Well, we had impounded, you talking about Jamie's car?
Well,
Which
so
Miss
Jamie's
Ivancic?
car, he did tell you that that was at the clubhouse at
Yes,
the
ma'am.
Meadows, right?
Yes.
And you guys were able to retrieve that,
Correct.
okay? And then he also tells you about Laura Ivancic's car, that there's a lot of evidence in there,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Both vehicles.
He tells you that with this particular case, the Ivancics, Nicholas, Richard, and Laura, that it happened on December 15th into the morning hours of December 16th.
Yes.
He draws a layout of the house for you.
He did.
And in fact, he also drew you a layout of the backyard of the Norwood house in Pasco, right?
He did. Very rough sketch.
Okay. And he was also making some lists of different evidence that was in different places for you.
Yes, he made a list of evidence that was in Jamie's Kia.
Okay. He tells you about the Walmart that he went to,
Yes.
tells you about the Home Depot,
Yes.
tells you about the 7-Eleven, I believe it was.
Yes, where he was buying Bang energy drinks.
Okay. And he tells you what he bought,
Yes.
right? He tells you about the money that he took.
Originally, he said that he took money from their wallets. He made no mention of the $25,000.
Okay. And what about the coins
The coins, yes.
and the jewelry,
Yes.
right? And, oh, you had a conversation with him about the GameStop and trading games, right?
Yes, I did.
Now, we previously saw a picture of a hammer in the Ivancic home.
Yes.
Shelby told you where that hammer was, right?
He did.
He told you it was under a bed, I believe in Richard Ivancic's room,
Correct.
and your people, crime scene people or whoever, were able to obviously move that bed and find it there, right?
That is correct.
You told him that you appreciated him being cooperative,
I did.
because everybody has different theories.
Correct.
You could have a different theory than your crime scene people, than someone else in your department.
Correct.
So it's nice for you to get accounts from the person who actually did it and knew the factual circumstances.
Yes, it's always nice to firsthand account from the person who committed the crime.
Of course. Any questions throughout this 4+ hour interview that you asked him he was willing to answer?
Yes.
Okay. And the things that he told you in these interviews were corroborated by other evidence in the case.
They were.
Now, you testified before that you are obviously trained in various interview techniques,
Yes, I am.
and depending on who you're talking to, you kind of decide which interview technique you're going to use, right?
Correct.
But here, you didn't have to do much at all, right?
No, there was very little rapport building with him.
Because, I mean, one of the first things he stated right in the first interview was, let's just cut through the bullshit. We obviously know
Correct,
why you're
yes, he
here,
was-
right?
yes.
Okay. He didn't play games with you,
No.
and towards the end of, I believe it's the first interview, you even say to him that you believe he's being completely honest with you.
I did say that, yes.
Okay. He told you that he hates himself.
I don't recall that, but it was a lengthy interview.
Did you want to look at the statement? Do you
No, I
want to
believe you
listen?
that he
Okay.
did say that. I don't have the independent recollection of that.
Okay. What about him saying that if he didn't hate himself, he would be sitting here right now trying to lie to you?
Yes.
Do you remember that? Okay. He said he hates himself every day for these horrendous acts he committed. Do you remember
Yes.
that? We just a few minutes ago, 20 minutes ago, heard a conversation, at least one side of a conversation, that he was having with his mother while he was in the interview room. Do you remember
Yes.
watching that? And he's a little bit telling her about what happened. It seems like she's maybe asking him some questions or what have you. Do you agree with that?
Yes, you can only hear one side of the conversation, but she appears to be asking him questions, and he's responding to the questions.
Okay. And the overwhelming majority of that conversation is him pleading with her to take the kids, wanting her to have the kids, wanting them to be safe, wanting them to be loved.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Yes, Judge. Mr. Nealy didn't drive to Tarpon Springs Police Department and turn himself in, did he?
He did not.
He actually had to be located and arrested, right?
That's correct.
And when you were speaking with him, did he make statements about how you had caught him?
Yes.
Like he was clearly under the impression that you had caught him for what he did?
Yes, he wanted to know where he messed up.
And defense counsel asked you, tell us about the grand theft motor vehicle. What was that being used for?
That was probable cause to arrest him.
Okay. At that stage in the investigation, did you feel comfortable that you had probable cause that the 2013 Kia had been stolen by this defendant?
Yes.
And was that an arrest warrant that went out in an effort to try and locate him and the vehicle?
Yes.
Was he a suspect in the homicides at that point as well?
He was.
But does that investigation take time?
It does.
And even by the time that you went and spoke to the defendant, were you aware of the Home Depot surveillance video and the GameStop surveillance video?
Yes.
Was that helping you to put pieces together even at that early stage?
It was.
Defense counsel asked you about, the defendant mentioned a bunch of prior incidents with Jamie during his interview. And defense counsel asked you if you collected information regarding those prior incidents to corroborate them. You recall her asking you that?
Yes.
And you indicated you did?
Yes.
Was one of those incidents involve a Cleveland Police Department report from April 27th, 2016?
I don't recall the specific reports. I looked at them, but they had more bearing on the Pasco County case with Jamie's death as opposed to mine. I just reviewed them, but I did not make notes on any of them.
Okay. If I showed you a copy, would it jog your memory?
Most likely, yes.
If it doesn't, that's okay too. You remember this?
Just for reference, if I could know which courtroom to take a look at it, so I know what report that is.
April 27th, 2016.
Well, he's done much to show her.
Yeah, I don't recall reviewing this one.
How about a Broadview Heights police report from April 28th, 2016? Did you collect or review that one, or do you know?
As I said, I briefly collected them. I might have read them once or twice, and then I forwarded them to the Pasco County Sheriff's Office because it had more bearing on Jamie's case than mine. I did not pay a great amount of attention to any of the reports.
Okay. So then you don't know necessarily whether the police reports corroborate what Mr. Nealy told you about those incidents or not?
I do not.
Okay. So it wouldn't surprise you to learn that Jamie also made significant allegations against the defendant in some of those reports?
He says in his interview that it was both ways.
Okay. I don't have any more questions, Judge.
Mr. Sarabia asked you about having probable cause to arrest Mr. Nealy for the grand theft auto, right, in
Yes.
Ohio. And you did have probable cause for that. There was a warrant issued, right?
There was.
Okay. And he asked you if Mr. Nealy was a suspect in the murder case, these murder cases, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and he was.
he was.
But you did not have probable cause at that time to arrest him, correct?
For murder?
Yes.
No.
Right, thank you.
All right, any other questions by the state within the scope? All right. Thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please watch your steps. Members of the jury, when lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, there are two stipulated facts that you must accept as true. Stipulation of parties number one. The undersigned counsel for the respective parties herein hereby stipulate and agree to the following. Shelby Nealy, the defendant, pled guilty to 3 counts of murder in the first degree for killing Richard Ivancic, Laura Ivancic, and Nicholas Ivancic, and was convicted of all 3 counts on December 13, 2023. This proves the aggravated factor that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. Stipulation of parties number 2 is as follows. Shelby Nealy, the defendant, pled guilty to manslaughter for killing Jamie Ivancic and was convicted on December 13, 2023. This proves the aggravating factor that Shelby Nealy was previously or contemporaneously convicted of another capital felony or a felony involving the use of violence to another person. What says the state?
State rests, Judge.
All right, thank you. All right, and members of the jury, it is exactly noon, so who says we can't time things perfectly? So it is lunchtime, so we will go ahead and take 1 hour for lunch, so we'll see you back at 1 o'clock. It doesn't go back to the jury. No. Right. Talk about before we take lunch.
Unfortunately, there is one thing, Your Honor. We maybe could talk about it after lunch, but I do want to make the court aware of it. The state just e-filed a motion to exclude testimony for failing to meet the Daubert standard. It's related to the expert that they listed late and could not allow us to depose until late last night. And so the motion was written this morning during the trial.
All right, well, a Daubert hearing can be a pretty extensive thing, right?
Well, I know that there's going to have to be obviously some discussion here, but my concern is that the defense may intend to make the potentially excluded testimony a feature of opening statement, and so I want to address that.
All right. Do you have an extra copy of the motion?
I do, Your Honor. Amongst themselves, they may agree, they may not, but I suppose we could readdress it after lunch.
That makes sense.
All right.
At least now everyone has a copy and can review it in the meantime.
All right, do you want to come back a few minutes early then, and then we'll discuss it?
We're eating lunch here in the building, so
All right.
we could be here early.
All right, so maybe 12:55, all right?
Sure.
We'll see you then. Thank you. All right, you may be seated. So I assume we're ready for the jury, correct?
Judge, I did not get to make a judgment of acquittal argument, which I would like to make
Okay.
on the hack aggravator as to Laura and Nick Ivancic. I would be relying on the Williams versus State of 37 Southern 3rd 187, which is a Florida Supreme Court case from 2010. The state of copy, may I approach?
Yes.
Judge, in this case, we have, and just so the record is clear, as to Richard Ivancic, I know that Mr. Nealy made a statement that he heard Mr. Ivancic, so he went back, and that's why this motion was not asked to Richard Ivancic. As to Laura Ivancic, Mr. Nealy stated that he got her before she saw anything coming on the back of the head, and she dropped immediately. The medical examiner in this case, and I impeached her, I believe, twice in her deposition, she testified that she cannot tell in any of these victims what blow would have caused unconsciousness, and it depends on the severity of the blow. And I asked her that one blow, it could be very likely that one blow would cause unconsciousness, and she said yes, and that just depends on severity. She also said she's not able to give an opinion in what order the blows came, and I would argue that both as to Laura and to Nick Ivancic, in terms of the testimony regarding Nick from Mr. Nealy's interview, is that he did it while sleeping, and there was a jolt, but there was no time because he hit him again, and he thought that he was in shock, and the testimony from the medical examiners was the same things that I said as to Laura Ivancic. If you look at the Williams case, under the section that talks about the hack aggravator, and I think my copy of the case is different from the court's. It says, in order to support a finding of this aggravator, the evidence must show that the victim was conscious and aware of impending death. And it cites to the Grzuski case, which is 717 Southern 2nd 488 from Florida Supreme Court 1998, where the court said, where they struck the hack aggravator, where medical testimony was offered during the trial which established that the victim may have been rendered unconscious upon receiving a first blow from a crowbar, and as a result was unaware of her impending death. So for these two particular victims, we don't have a medical examiner who can even say that, because she says that the first blow, depending on how severe it was, could have caused unconsciousness. If you continue from that in the Williams case, the court said the trial judge's first finding of the multiple lacerations and locations of the lacerations indicate that Dykes, who was the victim in that case, Dykes' head was moving as the blows were inflicted, and thus she was conscious, is not supported by the record and appears to be speculation. The record reflects only where the blows were located and the lengths of the lacerations. There is no testimony in the record as to why the blows were delivered to different parts of the head or what the patterns of blows may indicate, which we didn't get that testimony from the ME in this case either. The next paragraph talks about how there was some, the way the blood was spattered as a result of these blows. Again, we don't even have that in this case. They had it in the Williams case, and the court found it was still insufficient. It says that Williams points out that the medical examiner testified that the first blow could have resulted in death or unconsciousness we agree that the medical examiner's testimony does not support a finding of hack. And it goes on from there, Judge, to say a little kind of more of the same, with some additional things that we don't even have present in this case. We have generally held awareness to be a component of the hack aggravator. Again, the Williams case says that it is not enough that it may have rendered somebody unconscious. There has to be testimony that it in fact did. And so based on that, as to those two victims, I would be moving for judgment of acquittal on the hack aggravator.
What says the state?
Judge, we're not pursuing the hack aggravator as to Laura Ivancic. As to Nicholas Ivancic, in the defendant's statement, he indicates that he struck Nicholas Ivancic and Nicholas woke up, jolted awake. He then goes on to describe in that same series of portions of the interview that Nicholas was different. That the defendant indicates that the other two, Richard and Laura, went down quickly, but that Nicholas was different, and then goes on to describe that he, I believe his words were, effed him up the most. So I think that there's enough evidence there with the defendant's description of what happened and all the blood spatter in the living room, which we spent great pains to show that it's all over that room, that it's enough to go to the jury.
All right.
So the record,
Anything else?
just so the record's clear, Judge, I don't believe there was any testimony, to my recollection anyway, that he was awakened, just that there was a jolt. But under this case, that's not.
Yeah, I think he indicated that there was a noise too. So awake, jolt, noise. And it's always the standard of the victim realizing or knowing of his impending death. I'll also mention, I was taking notes really quickly, so I don't know how accurate all this is. I obviously have to take a look at it officially later, but I believe that Dr. Ignacio indicated that usually something like this would be a death that would not be immediate. She would expect that it would take some time from bleeding out, and within a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that's what she believes would have happened. She did indicate that it is possible that one blow could have rendered the victim unconscious at that point. I know that the Williams case says that too, the one possible blow situation. There's a whole lot of cases on hack, and not all the cases exactly say that. They all say that the victim has to be aware of his or her pending death. But as far as what's possible, the cases kind of go both ways on that. So since she said within a reasonable degree of scientific certainty that that would not have happened, although it's possible that it could have happened, I'm going to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal right now. Obviously, if the jury comes back with that finding, I'll superanalyze that, and then we'll deal with it at that point. But I think there's enough there to get to the jury at this point. So obviously, I'm granting it for Laura, not granting it for Richard by agreement of the parties, and by the skin of its teeth there, I'll allow the one on Nicholas. Okay. Now I can change my mind later. All right, so, yes.
Judge, our first witness went to the wrong courthouse.
Well, of course.
So I'm not really familiar with how far that is from here. Someone say.
Clearwater.
Right. Well, it takes a while. All right, so after opening, do we want to do some Zoom witnesses?
And if the opening's about 20 to 25 minutes, I think the witness will be here by the time the opening is over.
Okay. When did she leave the Clearwater
When is
Clearance?
the Clearwater?
I don't know why I'm assuming it's a she, but is it a he or she?
It is.
Okay. See, I knew that. You might have said it was.
Okay, so we're good.
Where is she?
4 minutes away.
Okay. All right. So let's bring the jury back in. All right, you have Vincent in the waiting room, so he's not going to be your first witness. Have Vincent in the waiting room? Del Center?
There are jurors in the jury box and seated.
All right, the state having rested. Would the defense like to give an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Very good.
I plead guilty. I plead guilty to the first-degree murder of Richard Ivancic. I plead guilty to the first-degree murder of Laura Ivancic. I plead guilty to the first-degree murder of Nicholas Ivancic. That is what Shelby Nealy said when he accepted responsibility for those 3 murders. And on that same day, he pled guilty to the lesser offense of manslaughter and was sentenced to 30 years for this homicide of Jamie Ivancic. We have taken a journey in this courtroom over the last week and a half. We've heard the unthinkable. We've felt the sorrow, the gut-wrenching grief, and the overwhelming sadness. And yet, the law says you are never, ever required to impose a sentence of death in the worst imaginable case possible, ever. The judge instructs you, and the law says, we listen to all the things that we've listened to coming from these victims' family members. And again, it's heartfelt, so incredibly sad, and so painful. And what do we tell you to do with that? What does the law tell you to do with that? It tells you, hey, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, put that stuff over here because you can't consider it, because it's not an aggravator. So while we honor and we respect it, and we respect and honor them, you have to put those things over here. You've heard horrific facts. You've seen gruesome photos that no one should have to see. And again, you're still never compelled nor required to impose a sentence of death. Another journey you are going to take this week is one that describes how this little boy right here got from here to here. Your job is not easy. You probably never imagined that you would go from being at a coffee shop or speaking to friends about politics or your general beliefs on the death penalty to the reality of having to come into this courtroom and actually consider it. Some people say that the crimes and the facts are enough, but you are not those people. Those people were excused. You all took an oath and you made a promise and said that you wanted to know more. You needed to know more about Shelby, more information before you could make a decision individually, because it is an individual moral decision about whether he lives or dies. And let's be clear, the only way Mr. Nealy is going to come out of the custody and control of the Department of Corrections is in a pine box, either way. Mitigating circumstances are reasons for life. They are not excuses. They are not defenses. Because, of course, we all know he pled guilty. They are reasons why the death penalty would not be appropriate in this circumstance. Unlike the aggravators, which must be found by all of you collectively as a group, unanimously, beyond a reasonable doubt, mitigators do not work like that. Each and every one of you decide individually what mitigation is important to you. The mitigation that may be important to Mr. Call may be different than Mr. Sandiford, may be different.
Excuse me.
May we approach?
Yes.
circumstances in this case, oops, sorry. The weight that each of you give to the mitigating circumstances in this case may be different. One of you may give more weight or less weight to mitigating factors than others. So let's take a summarized journey of how Shelby got from this kid right here to over here. You will hear from various experts about how his life and his brain impacted him psychologically. His mom, Lisa Svensson, was married to a man named Bobby Nealy. Before, during, and after her pregnancy with Shelby, Bobby Nealy physically abused Lisa Svensson. Now, when Shelby was just shy of a year old, Lisa's mother, they were living in Texas at the time, Lisa's mother came down and got Lisa and got Shelby and moved them back up to Ohio. Sometime after that, Lisa met and then married Paul Svensson. And by all accounts, things were going well. She's a good mom. He's a good stepdad. And Shelby really never heard from his biological dad, Bobby, till he was about 15 years old. During this period of time growing up, Shelby was diagnosed with ADHD and placed on medication. You also hear about his depression diagnosis and what that means and how that affected him. But significantly, and I'll just say super important in this case, is the following. When Shelby was 15 years old, he heard from his dad, so his biological dad, Bobby. So he wanted to go down to Texas and see his biological dad. His mom had some concerns about that because she didn't want Shelby to be abused by his dad. She felt a little bit more comfortable because Bobby had remarried and so there was a woman in the house. So Shelby came down to Texas, and he was literally there for maybe a day before Bobby Nealy's wife decided she was going to have sex with him at the age of 15. That's how old he was. And it didn't just happen once, it happened more than once. After Shelby visits, he comes back to Ohio, and he's even texting the stepmom, and she's not answering. He doesn't really understand why. He's texting his dad, trying to have some kind of communication with his dad. Dad's not answering. And one day, after Shelby's 17th birthday, Shelby's biological dad, Bobby, shoots himself and commits suicide. After that, everything changed. Everything. His mom and his stepdad will tell you about that. They'll tell you about the changes they saw in him. He actually went to counseling for depression, but he was a 17-year-old kid. So he went 2 times, and then he didn't want to go anymore, like a typical teenager. You will hear from a woman by the name of Rachel Rigby. She and Shelby became friends at a place called Hidden Valley Campground. Their families would go there for the summers, and they knew each other for 2 summers. And at one point they started kind of dating, I guess, at the campground. They never had any sexual relations. They both had They lived actually about 40 minutes away from each other, 45 minutes away from each other, so never saw each other except for those 2 summers at the campground. But they would take walks together, they would talk with each other, they would help each other when one of them had something going on they wanted to talk about. And Shelby wrote a poem about his father, and he gave it to Rachel. Rachel kept that poem. She actually took a picture of it. And you're going to hear that poem. It's a poem about Shelby's father. Dr. Campbell, who is a clinical psychologist who is an expert in trauma, will come in and explain to you about the PTSD that Shelby suffers from the suicide of his father and blaming himself, to the homelessness that you heard about on the interview that his mother didn't know about because Shelby told her that he was staying with friends when he really wasn't and he was homeless. And also the trauma from a domestic violence from Jamie. And don't get me wrong, Shelby, you've already seen it, has a toxic relationship with females. But it's important, and we'll get to that in a minute, why the domestic violence with Jamie is important. And you will also hear about that from Dr. Campbell. The perfect storm is brewing because what makes a seemingly normal person do something like this? Shelby had several head traumas. They are documented in the medical records. You will hear about them from a neuropsychologist by the name of Dr. Woe. It is important for you to understand, and it will become important for you to understand, how brain damage impacts a person's reaction to trauma. The abuse by his stepmother, the suicide of his dad, toxic relationships with women, shaped the rest of his life and affected his choices. As I said, you will hear from the neuropsychologist, Dr. Woe, and he will tell you about neuropsychological testing, objective testing, that he performed on Mr. Nealy. And he will tell you about those findings. And you will hear that those findings that he had are corroborated by the medical records from Mr. Nealy's past that we got from different hospitals. You will hear about an incident where he was hit by Jamie with a broomstick, and he had an intracranial bleed. Neurosurgery was recommended. Neurosurgery was recommended. He didn't get it, but it was recommended. Another incident where she hit him over the head with a frying pan. And another incident, not involving her, that was in 2012, where he was choked and fell and hit his head against the wall. You will also hear from Dr. Woe about Shelby's IQ score. And there's something called a verbal IQ score and a nonverbal IQ score. And the split, the difference between those two, you will hear is very remarkable, and he will explain to you why. The law requires that the aggravators that the state is to prove are to be proven beyond a reasonable doubt unanimously. So all of you together must agree. And I'm going to take one of those examples. The prior violent felony example, that he either committed a capital crime or a crime of violence. And the reason that we tell you about Jamie's violence on him is not because that justifies him killing her. It's because it's going to be important to the weight that you give that particular aggravator. If you get past that step, that's where your collective decision ends. And then you individually decide if the aggravators are sufficient enough, the ones that you found. Then you go on to decide whether the aggravating factors outweigh the mitigating circumstances. And this is that weighing that we talked about before. And you will not be limited at all in what mitigators you find. Even if we didn't mention something and you thought, oh, this could be a mitigator, you can find that as a mitigator. Anything in your heart that you consider to be mitigation. Remember, you said you wanted to know more. You needed to know more. Only if the aggravators are sufficient and outweigh the mitigators, only then can you consider the death penalty as an option. And these are all individual moral decisions. Again, regardless of anything, you never have to impose a sentence of death, and you may always, always consider mercy. Since you all walked in here last Monday, the judge, the bailiffs, the lawyers, you've been told where to sit, when you can go to lunch, when you need to be back, whether you need to stand up or sit down. But it's you all individually who actually have the power in this courtroom. It's individual power that you all have in making this decision. You will have many more answers when we're done here. And I did forget one thing. Some of you wanted to know, will he serve a purpose if he's in prison? And you will hear from a prison expert who will tell you in 6.5 years, Shelby has had no disciplinary reports, and you will hear from this expert about the things that he can accomplish in prison and the help that he can give in prison. 3 other things you will know by the end of this case, and some you already know, is, did he accept responsibility? Yes, he did. Will he be punished? Yes, he will. And will society be safe? Yes, they will. We have met under the most tragic of circumstances. Let us not leave under the most tragic of circumstances. Sentence Shelby Nealy to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Thank you.
All right, defense, please call your first witness.
Dr. Heather Holmes.
Okay.
Dr. Midnight, this way, please. Now, step the right, have to step right here, please. Then face close, raise your right hand to see further.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
This way, please, ma'am. Just watch your step. Actually, speak to the microphone and not face on the voice.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Ms. Alana, you may inquire.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you would, please introduce yourself to the jurors.
Sure. My name is Dr. Heather Holmes. I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist out of Broward.
Okay. And could you explain for the jurors, describe what kind of background and training you have in forensic psychology and exactly what it is?
Sure. So I'm born and raised in South Florida. I attended Marshall University in Huntington, West Virginia. That's where I obtained a bachelor's degree with a dual major in psychology and English writing. I then obtained a master's degree from Loyola College of Maryland. That was in Baltimore. That was in psychology. And I obtained my doctoral degree from George Washington University in Washington, D.C. And as part of that degree, you're required to do a one-year full-time internship. So that internship was done not far from here in the Florida Department of Corrections in our prison system as a psychologist here. After that, you're required to do 1 year postdoctoral residency. I did that in a private practice in Dade County, and that was doing evaluations for pre-adjudicated or basically individuals who have not been sentenced yet in criminal court, as well as some fitness for duty evaluations for local law enforcement.
Okay, and have you ever done any work that involves sex offenders?
Yes.
And what have you done in terms of that?
So when I worked in the Florida Department of Corrections, we ran a sex offender treatment group. It was a very time-specific 16-week treatment group. That was at a youthful offender camp. So those individuals are young men anywhere from ages 15 approximately to 20. After that, I've received specific training in the evaluation of sex offenders, and I do teach and present on sex offenders in various conferences throughout the country.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert before in court?
Yes, in state court in multiple counties in Florida, as well as the Southern District of Florida for federal court, the Middle District of Federal Court, Washington, D.C. Superior Court, and Southern District of New York.
Okay. You were obviously contacted by me regarding this case, is that right?
Yes.
By our team. All right. And what was it that we asked you to do?
To evaluate Mr. Nealy, get an idea of perhaps what is going on with him, if anything, psychologically, give you some feedback, and if there was anything that would be noteworthy from a mitigation standpoint, then to report that back to you as well.
Okay. And when was it that you were hired in this case?
I don't remember the exact date, but it was early 2023.
All right. And did you review anything in reference to this case?
Yes, I
Any
did.
records or anything that were provided to you?
I did.
Okay. And what were the things that you reviewed?
So there were school records from Bethany Lutheran Elementary School. This is in a small town suburb outside of Cleveland, Ohio, where he was raised. Constellation School District, that's had some from high school. There was a request put in for Summit Academy, and records were no longer available. There were police reports from the Cleveland Police Department, from Broadview Heights, which I believe is a suburb of Cleveland, and police reports from Palm Beach County, Florida. There were some pediatric records. There were records from University Hospital in Parma, which is in Ohio, St. Vincent Charity Medical Center, which is in Ohio. There was no obituary for Mr. Nealy's father, the divorce complaint between his mother and father, as well as jail medical records from Pasco and Pinellas County. And then I skimmed through the classification records, which are records from jail that are not, they have to do with behavior and placement and showering, not to do with medical.
Okay. Give me one moment. Interrogation witness.
You may.
Doctor, I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 1. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the divorce complaint between Mr. Nealy's parents.
All right, and does that appear to be the same divorce complaint that you reviewed?
Yes.
All right, enter Defense Exhibit 1 as evidence.
Any objection?
We object.
All right. All right, it's admitted.
May I publish?
You may. As I said before, any and all evidence introduced in the case will be going back with you when you deliberate. Why don't we keep going? I mean, they'll be able to do two things at once here.
Yes. I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the obituary for Mr. Nealy's father.
All right, and does that appear to be the same obituary that you looked at?
Yes.
All right, that in as Defense Exhibit 2, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Just preserve previous objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Dr. Holmes, could you tell us what the date of death is on that obituary?
August 20th, 2010.
And is that a day before Mr. Nealy's birthday? I'm sorry, a day after Mr. Nealy's birthday?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 3. Do you recognize those?
Yes, these are school records from Ohio.
And from which school?
Bethany from elementary.
Judge, I enter these in as Defense 3.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
I'm showing you what's been marked as Exhibit 4. Do you recognize those records?
Yes, these are records from Constellation schools in Ohio.
Judge, I enter these in as Defense Exhibit 4.
They're admitted.
And I'm showing you Defense Exhibit 5. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a copy of his high school diploma that he received while in jail.
Judge, I enter that in as Defense Exhibit 5.
Any objection?
No objection.
It's admitted.
And I'm showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 6. Do you recognize those? That.
Yes, these are the certificates, paralegal certificates that he obtained while in jail.
Judge, I enter that in as Defense 6.
No objection.
It's admitted.
You indicated that you received some medical records as well?
Yes.
And Judge, I would like to see the records
Okay.
briefly.
All right, I understand that at least one of you needs a quick comfort break, so we'll go ahead and we will take a quick comfort break for 10 minutes, okay? Thank you. See everybody in 10 minutes. If you want to step off and take advantage of a comfort break, you can certainly do that. Okay?
I'm just going to grab some water.
Thank you. All right, you may be seated. All right, so we can put the witness back on the witness stand if you're ready.
Judge, we're just having Dr. Holmes look at these so I can go ahead and then we're done without.
Excuse me?
We're not objecting.
All right, so.
Your Honor, is the court ready for the jury?
Court's ready.
Your Honor, jurors in the jury box and seated.
Very good. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Holmes, you had an opportunity during the break to review defense number 7, Metro Health records of Mr. Nealy, defense 8, St. Vincent Charity records for Mr. Nealy, defense 9, Cleveland Clinic records for Mr. Nealy, and defense 10, University Hospital records regarding Mr. Nealy. Those are all things that you indicated to the jurors before that you had received, correct?
Yes.
All right. Judge, I would enter exhibits 7, 8, 9, and 10, defense exhibits into evidence as 7, 8, 9, and 10.
Any objection?
No objection.
Third committee.
Now, Dr. Holmes, when and where did you meet with Mr. Nealy?
So I met with him twice in 2023, and that was at the Pasco County Detention Center. Let me get you the dates. The first time was May 9th, 2023, and the next time was September 13th, 2023. The third and last time that I saw him was May 18th, 2025, and that was here in the Pinellas County Detention Center.
And the amount of time that you spent with him and the number of times that you saw him, is that typical in these forensic cases?
Yes, I mean, it can vary depending upon some complications, whether a defendant is willing to talk. Sometimes it takes a while to build a rapport with somebody, to have them get comfortable speaking to you. You know, there's times when things have changed, either medically or they've had a psychiatric emergency, and so then it necessitates going back for more updated information. So roundabout, yes, I usually see somebody between 2 and 4 times, depending.
All right. And did you interview anyone else other than Mr. Nealy in reference to why you're here today?
Yes, I interviewed his mother and his stepdad, Lisa and Paul, and I interviewed Brittany Alipore, who is a master's level therapist that met with Mr. Nealy over a period of time after his arrest.
And do you know about how long Miss Alipore, over what span of time? Do you have any idea?
So it was very soon after he was arrested. There was some concern with prior defense counsel, but it was over a year. I don't want to say it was weekly, but it was on a regular basis. Let's see if she delineated. Around 18 months is what I was told.
And when you met with Mr. Nealy, what were your initial impressions?
He's very reserved. He's very quiet, seemingly pretty bright. There was, he's certainly slight in stature and easy to speak with. He was not very guarded. And again, he'd undergone therapy before I met him, so that likely contributed to his ease of discussing things.
Right. And you had indicated that he was restricted in his affect a little bit?
Yes, so he's definitely reserved is one way to put it emotionally. He's not very demonstrative in terms of the way that he presents emotionally. He thinks about things, he doesn't speak rapidly, and then he gives you an answer. He's not, I guess he's not very demonstrative emotionally. He's reserved, I would say.
So he's not very expressive?
He's not very expressive, yes.
All right. Do you have any idea why that would be?
Well, he has a longstanding diagnosis predating the offense of depression. He's had some psychiatric hospitalizations for depression, previous suicide attempts. So sometimes when people are depressed, they are not very expressive. And the other consideration is that there's something neurological. So I have advised you that he might need to undergo neuropsychological testing.
All right. And some of the things you've talked about, the depression diagnosis, suicide attempts, are those things that are contained in the records that are in evidence?
Yes.
Did you have any difficulty building rapport with him?
No, not at all.
Was he aware through us that you would be going to see him?
Yes, although the first time I met with him, he was expecting, I think, somebody else. but he had already been told that I was going to be coming, so he was aware.
So will you explain to the jurors what a psychological evaluation is and what does it consist of?
Sure. So the main thing and the place where you start is called a clinical interview, and that is where you ask everybody basically soup to nuts everything about their life. Any medical issues, school, what your development and childhood were like, if there's any physical or sexual abuse, substance abuse, any difficulties with learning, any previous psychiatric hospitalizations, any previous therapy. You ask, let me see what else. Job, depending upon how old somebody is, if they're an adult, you ask other employment history, marital history, whether they have children. You try and get to know every aspect of a person's life up until that point. And then while you're doing a clinical interview, you're also doing something called a mental status examination, and what that is you're observing them. So if I get very thorough information and the person is talking to an imaginary person in the room, that's noteworthy. If they don't make eye contact, that's noteworthy. If they have a speech impediment, anything observable, everybody looks disheveled in jail, but you can tell if somebody's bathed. All of those things come together to give you an idea, not just of the content of what somebody is saying, but what they're like, how they present.
All right. Will you describe for the jurors a little bit about Mr. Nealy's upbringing?
Sure. So he was born in Texas. His parents were fairly young when he was born. They were married. And sometime prior to his first birthday, I want to say approximately around 10 months old, his mother took him and left and came back to Ohio. She was in a very abusive domestic violence situation with Mr. Nealy's biological father.
And let me just stop you there for a second. And in the divorce complaint that was submitted into evidence, was there an allegation of abuse by Mr. Bobby Nealy on Lisa and now Svensson?
Yes.
Contained in there?
Yes, that was listed in there.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
So when he's quite young, they move back to the general Cleveland area where his maternal grandmother is, and eventually, after a few years, she meets his stepdad, Paul, and they get together, they get married, they have another child. Mr. Nealy is doing seemingly pretty well. He had some difficulty in third grade with math, and his parents elected, his mother and stepdad elected to keep him back for the year. He was placed on what we call psychostimulant medication, which is medication we use to treat ADHD. There was some concern that he was inattentive in school, so he was on some sort of stimulant medication from approximately age 8 or 9 until he left school. And was seemingly doing fairly well. His grades were not straight A's, but they certainly weren't problematic or bad. And when he's 15, his mother receives a call from his biological father wanting to see him. And she can tell you about this, but she expressed that she was certainly concerned. There was really been very little, if any, contact since she left. But she also didn't want to hold him from seeing his father. So she spoke to his father's wife, Mr. Nealy's stepmother, and felt more comfortable. He's married, there's another adult in the house. And so she agreed. And he was initially supposed to go to Texas for for a week when he's 15. After a week, he calls home and says he wants to stay for much longer, and they settle on 1 more week. A few days after he arrives in Texas at his dad's house, his stepmother came out of the shower, dropped her towel while he was watching television, came over to him, and started what I would say is taking advantage of him, given the age difference. She's in her, I think, 30s. And they had sex several times over the next 2 weeks when his father was at work. He comes back after those 2 weeks, from a 15-year-old's perspective, believes he's in love, is texting his stepmother and doesn't get any response. He has a relationship with his dad, but he's reaching out to his dad usually first. Sometimes his dad responds. And after his dad was not responding, he stopped talking to his biological father. His mother and stepdad would take Mr. Nealy and his younger brother once or twice a year to this camp. It's by a lake. They have a camper, and they were there when they received the phone call the day after Mr. Nealy's birthday that his dad had shot and killed himself. This is a year and some change after Mr. Nealy was down in Texas.
Let me ask you, did Mr. Nealy ever tell anyone that his stepmother sexually abused him?
He did not tell his mother and stepfather. From what he told me, he told Miss Alipur when he was undergoing therapy with her. He told you guys, and he told me. But no, so prior to the arrest in this case, he had not told anybody. I'm sorry, I do apologize. He says that he told his wife, Jamie.
All right. So other than telling his wife, Jamie, and then telling those of us who were associated with his case, he had never told anyone else?
That's what he relayed to me, yes. And there was no police reports or anything.
Okay. Did you get any information that there was a change in his life or he was acting differently when he came back up to Ohio?
Yes. His parents, and when I say parents, I'm referring to his mother and stepdad because his stepfather raised him. Yes, they saw a change in him when he came back from Texas. His grades went down. He started hanging out with other friends that were different. They look back and think that he was using drugs or smoking marijuana. He, after his father committed suicide, and his stepdad describes Mr. Shelby also as very kind of restricted in his emotional expression, but he started sobbing. They couldn't console him. He blamed himself. So they sent him to therapy. He lasted like 2 or 3 sessions because he didn't want to talk. But from that point on, his mother and stepdad had noticed he was quite different.
So let me go back for a minute. When obviously you testified about who he did tell about the sexual abuse, but he didn't tell anybody in his family. Based on your experience, is that out of the ordinary that he wouldn't tell his stepmom his mom or his stepmom about the abuse at that age?
I mean, I think it's well known in the literature that sexual abuse is very underreported. We have a lot of, individuals that come forward and accuse people later. It's very taboo thing to talk about, particularly for boys or men. So it's not unusual that a boy would not disclose this, or that there would be a delay in when somebody would choose to talk about this, if at all.
Do you know if Mr. Nealy's biological father ever found out what his wife did to Shelby?
I have no idea.
Did you get the impression that Shelby felt guilty about it?
Oh, yes. He, in fact, until the last time I saw him, was fairly convinced that his father must have killed himself because he found out about the sexual contact with his stepmother.
Do you know why he would feel that way? Why he would feel like it's his fault, or he would blame himself?
When something bad happens, just in general, if we blame ourselves, it's a way of having a false sense of control over something, right? Like if walking down the street and the person next to me gets hit by a car, there might be what we call survivor's guilt. You feel bad. And at the same time, it alleviates your anxiety to say, okay, well, if I did something different, that wouldn't have happened. If I said that person's name, when you blame yourself for something, it's a way of feeling like you have a sense of control over something you really don't have control of. When you complicate it by that there could be an action that I would say you engaged in, although legally a 15-year-old can't engage in sexual intercourse with somebody who's that much older. But I think it's natural to wonder if your actions contributed in that to what your dad was going through, or to what led to it, to the suicide.
Do his parents, Paul and Lisa, do they know about the sexual abuse by his stepmother?
They do now, yes.
And how did that come about?
So I explained to Mr. Nealy that
And how's this relevant?
Judge, it goes more to the abuse that he suffered and their reactions to the abuse and what they did for him.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you ever tell Mr. Nealy's parents about the sexual abuse?
yes.
And why did you do that?
Okay, well, hear the answer. Overruled for now.
I'm
Go
sorry.
ahead, you can answer.
Okay, I didn't hear. Either these people are going to be shocked in court and hear it for the first time while I'm testifying, or with his permission. I could let them know, or somebody on his defense team could let them know prior to.
And is that what you did? Did you have a phone call or some sort of
We had
video
a-
conference with them or something?
We had a video conference. And Mr. Nealy was very hesitant. He did not want his parents to know about this, but he eventually said that he would want them to know. And his only request was that I not do it over the phone, that I do it at least either in person or through video, so they would at least be able to see the person that they're having this conversation with. So that's what I did.
All right. And when you did that, were they both together?
Yes.
Right. And what happened when you told them?
All right, approach for a second.
All right, Dr. Holmes, could you please describe Ms. Svensson's reaction when you told her this news?
I mean, they were completely shocked. She asked why he wouldn't have told her this before, and I told her his largest concern is that she would blame herself for letting him go down to Texas, in which case she started crying and went to get tissues.
All right, did Mr. Nealy relay to you why he never told them?
Yes, he, when he first came back, he thought that he was in a relationship with his stepmother. He's 15 years old. He recognizes now as an adult that that's ludicrous, and he, refers to this as abuse. But he was very protective of his mom. He did not want her to feel any blame or weight for the decision to let him go down.
All right, let's go back to Bobby Nealy for a minute and his suicide. Do you know if Shelby went to the funeral, to his dad's funeral?
He did.
All right, and how did he get there? Do you know?
His mother took him.
And did he have any contact when they got, this was in Texas?
Yes.
All right, and when they got to Texas and they went to the funeral, did he have any contact with his stepmother at all?
I mean, I think they all sat in the same row or the same two rows because they were family of the deceased, but there was no individual attention at all.
All right. Let's switch gears for a minute here and talk about Mr. Nealy's schooling. Did he graduate from high school?
He did not.
Okay. And why not?
He was kicked out.
All right, and do you know why?
So, he says and his mother says there's never been any school fights or anything, but when he came back, he was skipping school a lot. He was mouthing off and challenging teachers and challenging what they were teaching and kind of disrupting. He'd walk out of class, he would, I guess, say things to teachers that were inappropriate. He would get sent to the principal's office. And so that was the reason he was removed from school.
Going back, was there anything noteworthy in his academics that caused him to be held back?
So he did have in third grade, he struggled in math and did not pass math. There was no summer school opportunity from what he was saying, so his parents agreed to hold him for the year. But other than that, I mean, like I said, he always passed. His grades were pretty good. I think that difficulty with math is what necessitated the onset of the ADHD diagnosis and the medication.
And that was the next thing that I was going to ask you, is do you know at what age he was diagnosed with ADHD?
I think he was 9.
And was he put on medication for that?
Yes, he was put on stimulant medication. And
do you know for how long?
So he was on stimulant medication until he left high school, but it had been changed a few times. He had had an adverse reaction to one of them called Vyvanse, to where he had to go to the hospital.
All right, and did he obtain his GED?
Yes, in jail.
Okay, and that's contained in one of the exhibits that we entered into evidence?
Yes.
All right. Did he share any work history with you?
Yes. He's had a lot of jobs. So he was at a car wash for 6 months. He was a dishwasher at a local restaurant for 4 months. He's worked at a factory for 3 months, carpenter for 6 months, for a few years at Burger King, Domino's for 6 months, a local grocery store for 6 months. So there's been several jobs for not a long period of time.
All right, and along with that period of time there where it seems like he's having a hard time keeping stable employment, was he struggling as well prior to his arrest in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically with trying to get a job.
Yes, I think he was struggling before his arrest in this case, caring for 2 small children and trying to maintain employment.
How many children does Shelby have?
He has 3.
Okay. And that's 1 daughter from his first marriage and 2 from Jamie, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Does he have contact with his children?
He does not.
And he has not had any contact since his arrest?
I believe he has not.
Do you know if he would like to have contact with them?
I mean, I think he would, but he has understanding that that's not going to happen.
Has he told you how he feels about that?
Like I said, I think he's accepted it. He has heard from his mother that Karma, Jamie's sister, is taking fantastic care of these children, and they seemed happy and well taken care of. And, you know, he expressed that he was glad about that and that they're in good hands.
All right. Is there any, other than what we've discussed, is there any other mental health history other than him being diagnosed with ADHD?
So, yes, but not until he's, I think, 19. He's an adult, 18 or 19.
And you had indicated previously that after his father committed suicide, his parents, and I'll say Paul and Lisa, took him for a couple of counseling sessions.
Yes.
Okay. And subsequent to that, what was he diagnosed with?
So after that, I don't have records of those couple of counseling sessions, but after that period of time, he's consistently been diagnosed with major depressive disorder, severe, but not with psychotic features.
All right. And those indications, those diagnoses are contained within the records?
Yes.
Okay. The ones that were admitted into evidence?
Yes, it's actually the most current jail records I have. He's taking medication for depression, and he is diagnosed with it.
And that he was diagnosed with it before that, correct?
Yes.
Before the jail. And consistently, since he's been in jail, has it been pretty consistent over a long period of time that he's been medicated for depression?
Yes, when he first got to jail, he was placed on 2 medications. After a while, one of those was pulled back, but he's consistently been on the other one. I mean, I saw him in May, and he said he was still taking it, but up until the records that I saw, yes.
And has Mr. Nealy also been Baker acted?
He has.
Do you know how many times?
I believe 5.
Do you know when the first time was?
So first time, I believe, was in Ohio, and Baker Act, just so I'm clear, is an involuntary psychiatric hospitalization. So the first time, I believe, was, I have 2016. Yes. 2016 is when the records for psychiatric hospitalization began.
All right, and what happened on that occasion?
So let's see, I have January 3rd, 2016. Jamie's dad called 911. I'm sorry, that's hers, apologies. I have April 27th, 2016. There was, I believe Jamie called missing person. He was clearing his head. He had attempted suicide by taking a bunch of medication. So he was admitted to the psychiatric hospital.
And what medications was he prescribed when he was admitted to the hospital?
I believe he was taking her medication, from what he said.
But was he prescribed any medication?
Oh, I'm
Once
sorry, I
he got to the
misunderstood.
hospital, was he prescribed?
Yes,
any
he was prescribed medication at the hospital. He was prescribed antidepressants, and he was prescribed something that is used for psychosis, but he wasn't psychotic. It's just to calm somebody down.
Okay, and is that trazodone and Effexor that he was prescribed?
So trazodone is an old antidepressant. It's very sedating. Effexor is also one of the older antidepressants, but it's not sedating. Effexor you take for a long term, and it builds in your system. Trazodone, you take it, you feel the effects. So both.
All right, and the other 4 times that he was Baker acted would have been when, do you know?
So I have September 7, 2016. I'm sorry, that was the overdose one. August 28th, 2016. 26. And I have 10/7, 2016.
Are those Jamie's or are those Shelby's?
These are his, from what I
Okay.
have. And if I have my dates wrong, I apologize, but I have medications being prescribed out of him. 10/7/2016, he presented to St. Vincent Hospital, was diagnosed with major depressive disorder, was given 50 milligrams of trazodone, 75 milligrams of Effexor. He was given 1 milligram of Ativan, which is something that can calm you down.
And again, that's in the St. Vincent records we have.
Yes, he was given Benadryl, Tylenol, and it was noted that he had a black eye. He had said that he was hit by his wife with a frying pan. So that was the October 2016.
When you asked him about these hospitalizations, did he tell you why he was hospitalized?
So there was one time where he said that they were having an argument. They had a very toxic relationship. And by they, I mean Mr. Nealy and his wife, Jamie. And they would get into an argument, and she would say, you need to get out, you should go to the hospital. And so one time, that's what happened, and he was missing for a while and roaming around the park. Another time, he had said that he wanted to leave her, and he went to the hospital and told them everything that happened. That's here in Florida in 2017, and he wanted to just kind of get away. He said sometimes he would just go to the hospital to get a break from the toxicity of the relationship.
And did you likewise read or receive records that indicated that she was Baker acted or arrested?
Yes.
Did he describe for you or give you any details about his hospitalizations?
So, give me 1 second. There was one that was longer than the others. There was one that was over a week, and the rest of them were usually for a few days. So when he was at Metro Hospital, that was for 1 week.
And that's also contained in the Metro Health records?
Yes, and then the others were shorter. Although, I'm sorry, 2017, he said it was about a week. But I think when I looked at the records, it was under. So again, when he's being hospitalized, this isn't for 4 months. They think he meets criteria, but it's for a few days to roughly a week.
And did you also have an opportunity to review Jamie's mental health records?
What was provided, yes.
And what did you learn from those?
She had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and she had They notated a history of self-injurious behavior, which means she had cut herself. There were lacerations on her wrists and ankles, and there was noted old lacerations on her stomach.
Were those, did you note from the records that you received that those self-injurious laceration to the stomach was while she was pregnant?
So it's my understanding that, yes, there were lacerations while she was pregnant.
That were caused by herself?
They were noted in the record to be self-inflicted.
Did Mr. Nealy also tell you that she was bipolar?
He did.
And did he tell you anything specific about her taking medicine when she was pregnant?
So yes, he said that she didn't take medication when she was pregnant, and mood stabilizing medication, I'm not a medical doctor, but we all know if we have a therapy patient or a client that is pregnant, the medication that is used for that is ill-advised. So she, did not want to take that medication while she was pregnant.
And did he tell you what her demeanor or attitude would be like when she wouldn't take that medication?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
Right. Did you have any records, law enforcement records from Florida and Ohio? I think you kind of discussed this already, but did those detail violence in the relationship?
Yes.
Between Jamie and Shelby?
Yes.
Okay. In those records that you received, was there a time when they were both arrested?
Yes.
And were there times when only she was arrested?
Yes.
When you interviewed Shelby's parents, Lisa and Paul, were they aware of the toxic relationship between Jamie and Shelby?
Oh, yes, they were well aware.
And why do you say that?
Because they were called one night. Their first child had been born. They had come home from the hospital, and they received a call in the middle of the night from the police.
Let me stop you. Jamie and Shelby's first child?
Jamie and Shelby's first child. And they had returned home from the hospital, and Shelby's parents received a phone call from law enforcement asking them to come take custody of the baby. And when they got there, it was clear that pepper spray had been sprayed. Their son had scratches. They took custody of the baby. They'd spoken to their son about his option to leave the relationship, and he always refused. They were concerned that this wasn't healthy. Certainly, and their descriptions of the relationship is that it was very toxic between the two of them. So yes, they were well aware of the difficulties in this relationship.
Did Lisa and Paul advise Shelby on more than one occasion to leave Jamie?
Yes.
Do you know why he wouldn't leave Jamie?
He was afraid he would not get custody of the children.
And do you know why?
He had a previous arrest with his first wife for domestic violence.
Did he ever tell you that Jamie harmed or threatened to harm the children?
He said that on multiple occasions she threatened to harm the children.
And you spoke earlier of the incident where she had injured herself with a cut, gash, or whatever across her stomach while she was pregnant?
Yes.
What else in general did you learn from interviewing his parents?
That there was a distinct change in him, which began when he came back from Texas, but really became more prominent and difficult after his father committed suicide. There was a lot of, I think, frustration on their part that he would not leave this relationship. They felt cut off from him. He could only call them, or what he relayed to them is that he was not allowed to call them. She would check his cell phone, so they would talk to him when he's at work. And there was a point in time after Jamie and Shelby had moved to Florida that Mr. Nealy's younger brother, Lisa and Paul's son, had developed an aggressive form of cancer and was undergoing treatment. So they were certainly very preoccupied with how difficult that is as parents. So there wasn't that much contact, I would say, or as much as before.
Now, you indicated earlier that you interviewed Brittany Alipour, the counselor who saw him on a regular basis at the jail for, I think you said about 18 months, is that right?
Yes.
And what did you learn from her?
So, you know, again, this is not the norm. I don't usually meet somebody who has had private individual therapy in jail. So certainly speaking to her, because she knew him right after the arrest, I felt was important. She described him as almost very different than I saw him, very elevated mood. And he was very sensitive to anybody finding him incompetent to proceed. So he said he would only speak to her if she promised not to go down that path. She also never had a reason to think he would not be able to proceed. He had a lot of difficulties where he just didn't feel like himself. He struggled with not knowing why he did this. She said the bulk of what they talked about was his frustration at not even being able to understand why he did this. And they talked a lot about, I guess, what she calls his paranoia. Things like he didn't know what would happen to the children. She diagnosed him with post-traumatic stress disorder and a mood disorder with psychotic features. But she found the paranoia was just to very specific situations. He had talked to her about the sex abuse from his stepmother. And she also had notated that he thinks that his dad committed suicide. He blames himself for that because of the sexual contact that he had with his stepmother. But he had difficulty in the very beginning with his previous attorney. If they had said, we'll be there at noon on a particular day, and they weren't, he became very agitated. And so I think that's why initially she was sent in, because they were concerned about him and about some of his frustrations and his just level of elevated mood.
Did you get an overall sense from her that he's struggling with a lot of emotion?
Yes. It's my opinion that he does not have the ability to handle much emotion. I think he's very easily overwhelmed, and he doesn't have, obviously, good tools to handle things. So that was the sense that she had as well. He was completely unable to understand, articulate, and was frustrated by not knowing why he did this.
Were you able to speak with corrections staff at the jail?
Yes.
And what did you learn from them?
Oh, super well behaved. They said if they could all be like Mr. Nealy, their job would be easier. He's very agreeable, very polite to them. They were impressed by how neat and particular he keeps his cell. They offered to show it to me. I peeked in. He's got stacks of books. Everything's very organized. That's not necessarily the usual. He's, from what I understand, very well behaved and easy for them to handle and deal with.
Did you conduct any psychological testing on Shelby?
Yes.
Can you explain for us what you did?
So he was given the Milan Clinical Multi-Axial Inventory 4, that is the MCMI. That is, it's a true and false, and it has been normed on both what we call regular high-functioning people without issues as well as individuals that have particular psychiatric problems. It looks at both personality problems as well as any current clinical syndromes. It is also embedded with what we call validity and reliability scales, which basically gives us an idea as to whether somebody's telling the truth or whether they're exaggerating symptoms, denying symptoms. So it's got what we call malingering scales embedded within it. He was also given the Trauma Symptom Inventory 2, which is a self-report about trauma, and it looks at various ways that post-traumatic stress disorder can manifest in individuals, how they experience it. Do they get headaches? Do they internalize? Do they lash out? That kind of thing.
So you mentioned the word malingering. So just so that we're clear, tell us what that means, that word.
Malingering really means you're not being forthright. In criminal cases, you look for somebody to malinger extra psychological stuff. I don't do them, but in child custody cases, you look for everybody to sweep it under the carpet so they can malinger by being like, I'm good, nothing's wrong with me, I'm perfect, I'll make the best parent, I want custody of my kids. So malingering can go in either direction, but really it means that you are not presenting yourself honestly.
All right, and you assess for that.
Yes, it's embedded within, and you assess for that even if you don't do testing. You look at records, you look at what somebody's telling you. If, again, if you are sitting with somebody and they see completely clear as a bell, but they're telling you they're hearing voices and seeing little green men, you're like, is that really accurate? So you look at both the presentation of the individual as well as any records you have. When you do testing, you want something that either has malingering scales embedded in it or a separate malingering test, depending upon what you're testing for.
And as to Shelby, you found that there was no malingering.
Correct. His scores on scales that detect malingering were completely fine. There was no thought that he would be either exaggerating symptoms or denying.
And what did that testing reveal?
So he had a small elevation on trauma, not enough diagnostically to cross the line, but he had an elevation on both dependent personality and major depressive disorder.
Did you render a diagnosis for him?
Yes, so I diagnosed him with major depressive disorder, recurrent, and dependent personality features. He, again, has some symptoms of PTSD, but with me, not enough to hit that diagnosis.
And when you say with you not enough to hit that diagnosis, would that be something that somebody who specializes in trauma would be a better person to ask about that?
Yes, there are people that is their specialty. You have individuals that work with first responders from 9/11. You have individuals that they are trained that's their specialty. He had an elevation on it, but in my assessment of him, I didn't have enough to diagnose him with that.
So overall, what were your impressions and conclusions about Mr. Nealy, considering the time you spent with him, his presentation, his history, those sorts of things?
I think this is a man who is completely unable to handle any sort of strong emotion. He has, this isn't about intelligence. There's nothing to indicate that he had one issue in school, but this is not somebody who struggled all throughout his academia or his academic career. His paralegal certificates. He got his GED. Academically and intellectually, I didn't see anything noteworthy, but this is somebody who is incredibly emotionally defunct. He is unable to handle emotion, to make good decisions clearly, and he just gets, I think, very overwhelmed. I think some of that is the dependency that he has. Dependent personality disorder is not very common, and it just means that you're kind of frozen and unable to understand what to do. And like I said, there's very few tools in your toolbox about how to handle difficult situations.
And that these things that you just mentioned are coupled with your diagnosis of major depressive disorder and some features of PTSD.
Yes, I mean, this is somebody who I think is clearly, due to the hospitalizations, struggled with depressive affect, at least since his father's suicide. And, you know, he just has not been able to come out of that. And I do believe that some of the trauma, and again, when you do testing for trauma, you can see symptoms, but they can't tell you where they come from. So I can't tell you, I mean, we can talk about traumatic events that have happened, but I can't pin the tail on the donkey, so I do want to be clear that some of these traumatic things that have shown up on testing, I'm not sure exactly where they're coming from, although he certainly has a documented history of trauma. I think this is somebody who does not do well emotionally. And again, I don't know if that's solely due to depression or if there's something neurological, but he definitely does not problem solve. It's like when something emotional is problematic in an emotional realm, he has tremendous difficulty with figuring out how to handle it and what to do.
And in this case, you recommended that we seek a trauma expert, is that right?
Yes, and neuropsychologist.
And that was my next question. And
Sorry.
you also recommended that as well.
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no other questions, Judge.
Thank you. Any cross-examination?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon.
Hi.
So I want to go over a number of things with you. First off, a large part of your information came from the records that we just saw admitted into evidence and from the defendant himself.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Let's talk about some of the things that I don't think you were given to review.
Okay.
And to be clear, all the things that you were given to review, you did, correct?
Yes.
So the defense team provided you records and you reviewed anything that you could, right?
Yes, and I think I did tell you my deadline. I want to be clear. The exception is the classification records.
Correct.
Because there was nothing problematic, so I did skim them as opposed to
Sure.
read the totality.
But more data is good. You agree?
I'm sorry, say again?
More data is good.
I mean, depending, you know, if
Okay.
it helps diagnostically, then certainly.
So, for instance, you didn't review the police report in this case.
I did not.
So you didn't review the police report in the Pasco County case.
I did not.
So that means you didn't review the interview that Detective Anderson did with Caitlin Farahay.
No.
And Caitlin Farahay is the defendant's first wife.
Correct.
You didn't read about it, you didn't listen to the audio interview, and you didn't watch the video reenactment where she described some of the violence, did you?
No.
You also didn't review Detective Anderson's interview with Summer Colt.
No.
Are you aware Summer Colt was a girlfriend of sorts of the defendant in between when he killed Jamie and when he got caught? Or did you even know that?
No, I knew he had somebody between. I'm sorry, I didn't know her name.
Okay. You didn't review the interview that the law enforcement did with the defendant's grandmother in Texas, Deborah Nealy.
I did not.
And you didn't attempt to independently reach out to any of those people?
His grandmother was not responsive.
Okay. But you never spoke to her?
No.
You never attempted to reach out to his first wife?
No, I did not.
And obviously you didn't talk to Jamie because he killed her?
Correct.
Okay. You didn't watch or listen to the 2-hour, or I guess 4 hours of confession that he did with Detective Anderson?
I apologize. I read the transcript and I saw clips of the video. And I
Okay.
neglected to say that earlier, and that's on me. Yes, that I did see.
Okay, so you did watch the interview, or you did not watch the interview?
I watched parts of the interview. I read the totality of the transcript.
Okay. You didn't review the 12,600 pages of Facebook records?
I did not.
All the communications that he had with various friends, some family, both during the time of the incident and much, much earlier?
I did not.
Okay. You didn't review the psychological evaluation done by Dr. Poorman on July 1st of 2021?
Objection, no reproach.
I'm sorry. Could you repeat the question?
You didn't review the psychological evaluation done by Dr. Poorman, which was actually videotaped?
No.
And you didn't review the psychological evaluation by Dr. Valerie McLean on July 26, 2021, which was also videotaped?
Objection, same objection.
Overruled.
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you review any report, notes, or deposition from Dr. Hines?
So yes, I did review her deposition.
Okay. So you must have done that since you and I spoke last? Or?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that would have been nice to know. Excellent. So then let's talk about some of the history. I believe you indicated that you reviewed the school records.
Yes.
And in particular, you said that the defendant was held back in third grade.
I believe it was third grade.
Was it sixth grade?
Oh, gosh. I thought it was third. Maybe it was sixth, but it was for one math.
Right, well, and that's where I'm going with this is, so first grade is, grades were okay, right?
Yes, I'm going by memory. I'm sorry, they're not in front of me. But yes, there was nothing
That stuck out.
that stuck out.
Second grade, third grade, nothing particularly notable there.
No.
Fourth grade, he's getting B's and C's.
Yes, like I said, his grades weren't all straight A's, but there was some where he struggled and a decision for medication was made.
Right, fifth grade, he's getting mostly C's at that point.
I'm going to take your word for it. I don't remember exactly.
All right, sixth grade, then it got a lot worse. F's in math, D's in science, C's and D's in language arts, F and C's in spelling, C's, D, and an F in social studies.
Yeah,
Sixth
the
grade.
The grade that he had, the struggles, that was the grade that he,
The trajectory, though, had been steadily down until sixth grade.
yes.
And a consistent note he was getting was that he wasted his time.
Yes.
Okay. And there really weren't any records you were provided for middle school, sixth, seventh, and eighth grade, right?
So the majority of the records were elementary. There was some that was high school. I think there was one school that was requested and they didn't have anything.
Yeah, the records from middle school and high school just amounted to attendance records?
Attendance,
Okay.
correct.
So the records we do have, so the 2007-2008 school year, specifically May 8th, May 9th of 2008, the defendant was suspended for a day and a half, right?
Yes, he was suspended once.
And,
Well, then, in high school, much more.
well, yeah. In seventh grade, he was suspended once, and that's before he met his father, before any of that, right?
Yes,
Okay. And actually, let's go back to that to be clear. Bobby Nealy was out of the defendant's life before he turned 1 year old, correct?
correct.
He wasn't, the defendant wasn't old enough to know who he was or remember him at that point. You'd agree?
Yes, I don't think he has any memories on him, but
Okay.
prior to
Prior to
his
15?
visit to Texas, yes.
Okay. Now, you say that the defendant indicated that, I guess, his stepmom had sex with him when he was 15?
Yes,
Now, that information comes from the defendant, right?
it does,
And that information only comes from the defendant.
correct.
There's nothing else in any of the documentation or any of the other interviews that indicate that that happened. Correct?
The only other interview where it happened is when I spoke to Miss Alipore that did therapy with him
Well, that-
when he was first arrested.
Sure, and that's just another person that talked to the defendant.
Yes, but when you said interview, I wanted to make sure to
Okay.
clarify. I did hear that from her, but there was nothing in records that I reviewed in writing that I saw.
Did the defendant even name the stepmom?
Frankly, I didn't ask.
Okay, so nobody even knows who this woman might be?
I mean, when I spoke to Lisa, Mr. Shelby's mother, she knows who she is.
Did she name this person?
I don't think so, but give me a minute so I don't misspeak.
Did anybody try to reach out to this person to determine whether or not she agreed that this happened?
I'm sorry, give me 1 second. I just want to make sure that I didn't. No, I don't have her name. No, I was told that they attempted to find her, and that it didn't happen, nobody could find her. Or she
Okay.
wouldn't talk, I'm sorry, and I can't recall which, but she was not available.
Well, to be clear, what a lot of people agree about this defendant, both his mom, his stepdad, his first wife, and a lot of people that come into contact with him is he's very dishonest, right?
Oh, well, he definitely lies.
A
Yes.
lot. In fact, that was a major factor as to why he kept not being able to live with his mother from the ages of 18 to 22, 23, right?
Well, I think he was disruptive and making noise when his stepdad was trying to sleep. That's certainly one part of it. But he lied for however many months in between he killed Jamie and her family. So yes, I think he certainly does lie.
Okay, well, and again, you didn't review the police report or the interview with Caitlin Farahay, but it was surprised you to learn that she also indicated that she couldn't trust anything the defendant said.
Like I said, I haven't reviewed it.
Did that surprise you based on the other information that you've been provided?
I mean, no, I think he certainly has demonstrated that he does lie.
And certainly, your ability to evaluate everything would probably be a little bit better if you were provided all that information, correct?
I mean, I definitely think he lies anyway, given his behavior in between the two cases. So I have no question that more evidence of him lying would make a difference. I would never say that he doesn't.
Okay. And still talking about the stepmom, in terms of those different hospital records, you'd agree, and we'll probably be going through them, that he's had contact with medical professionals a number of times over the past 20 years. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, certainly in between 2016 2017, there was a volume.
Well, even as far back as 2011, 2012, he's had numerous contacts with mental health professionals,
Yes.
medical professionals, and there's a number of times in those documents where, as they generally do, they ask him questions about, have you ever been sexually abused, right?
Correct.
And he answers no.
Correct.
Okay. And it's just him and other mental health professionals, correct?
I mean, I don't know who's in the room in 2011, 2012, because he was a minor, but yes, he was an adult from 2016 on when he was hospitalized.
And multiple times he's asked those questions with whatever psychologist, psychiatrist, or doctor, and each time he answers no.
Correct.
Okay. You indicated the defendant felt guilty because of his father's suicide. And I guess, did your interview with Paul Svensson turn up that the defendant had told Paul Svensson that Bobby Nealy committed suicide because he was on the run and had an active warrant?
No, what Paul had relayed to me is at the time, Mr. Nealy had stopped speaking to his father. His father didn't call him on his previous birthday, and so they believed that that was why he blamed himself.
Okay, so then it would surprise you to learn that Paul Svensson testified in his deposition that the defendant told him that his father committed suicide because he had active warrants?
I didn't know he had active warrants. I didn't ask.
But yeah, the 2011 school records indicate March 3rd through March 16th, defendant was suspended for 10 days from school.
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah, no, I mean, he, like I said, he was suspended multiple times. He was mouthing off. He was skipping. He was eventually expelled from school.
Okay. And I'm sure that in your interview with Lisa Svensson and Paul Svensson, his mother and stepdad, you realized they were pretty good people, right?
Yes, these are really very nice, good people.
Decent people. They were doing everything they could to try and make sure he succeeded, correct?
Yes, when he had difficulty in school, Mom was there. When he needed to be put on medication, they took care of it. He was so despondent and upset after his dad's suicide that his stepdad said, we need to get him therapy. Yes, I think that they were very kind, good parents.
And they did that. He didn't go neglected during those periods of time, right?
Correct.
And they tried to work with him and they tried to correct his course, correct?
Yes, I think they were certainly frustrated with some of his behavior after his dad's suicide. Different friends,
Okay,
not being reachable.
but the defendant wanted to do things his way and didn't want to follow rules, right?
That sounds very, I mean, certainly
And in
not
fact,
atypical of a teenager, but I think more so, yes.
sure, but to the point where he would leave the home and be homeless because he wanted to smoke marijuana and steal things from them instead of following their rules, right?
Yes, he was not following rules in the house. That's why I said there is, I think, a general rule breaking or pushing of the rules and boundaries when you're at that later adolescence, but that his was more so.
Right, because we're not talking, when we're saying not following the rules, we're not talking about, well, you left the cupboard door open, right? We're talking
Correct.
about sneaking in at all hours of the night with friends that aren't supposed to be there, smoking marijuana, and stealing from Paul Svensson and Lisa Svensson, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that they were always willing to house him as long as he wasn't doing those things and basically victimizing them, right?
Yes, I think they weren't aware of the homelessness. I think they thought that he was staying with friends.
Because he was at times, right?
Yes, certainly.
And in fact, he would, or did you ask him? He would stay with friends and gain their sympathy by telling them that he got kicked out, right?
I didn't ask, so
Okay. You didn't explore that with him?
I did not.
Now, defense counsel brought up first wife, Caitlin Fairhay. And did you ask him a lot about that?
I knew that there was a time when Mr. Nealy was arrested for being violent with her. I know that something subsequent happened to where she lost custody of their daughter and her mother's raising their daughter. And I do believe that Paul and Lisa do get to see that little girl.
Okay, but certainly this defendant's relationship with his first wife would give us some insight into the person that he became later with his second wife, wouldn't it?
I mean, it could, yes. I mean, it's definitely was not hidden, and he volunteered that he was arrested for domestic violence against her.
Sure, but, and again, you didn't read Caitlin Fairhay's interview with Detective Anderson, but would it surprise you to learn that Caitlin Fairhay said that the defendant specifically poked holes in the condom in order to get her pregnant so she couldn't go to college?
No, I did not know that.
Okay. And that Caitlin Fairhay said that the defendant would throw books, specifically a history book, at her while they were still in school before he dropped out?
No, like I said, I don't know anything about what she relayed to the detective.
And was violent with her in a school setting?
Again, I didn't read that.
Okay. And even with Caitlin Fairhay, so she gets pregnant, she has a child with the defendant, and they get married. The defendant's mother and father, or mother and stepfather, were very supportive of him, right?
I think that they have done their best to be supportive throughout his life.
Sure. They got him an apartment. They furnished it for him so that he could be put on the right foot to try and make the situation that he put himself in work.
I mean,
Right.
yes, they bought baby clothes first for his and Caitlin's daughter. They took care of, the little ones when they were called by the police in the middle of the night. Their one small child with him and Jamie. I think that they were very supportive to the extent that he allowed that, yes.
Okay. But during this period of time, the defendant was smoking a lot of marijuana. Is that fair?
He definitely was a heavy marijuana smoker for a period of time, yes.
In fact, there's one point in many mental health records that we have where he's diagnosed with marijuana dependence or
Yeah, cannabis dependence, yes.
cannabis dependence. Okay. But that's also something that he's inconsistent about in the records too, right? Sometimes he says he never smokes marijuana or only smoked once a week, once a day.
I think it changed his reporting. He certainly seemed forthright with me, at least, to talk about how heavy that had become.
Okay. So, and I don't recall you talking about this one, but correct me if I'm wrong, the defendant checked himself into Metro Health, which is in all those records that were just admitted, between October 13, 2012 and October 16th of 2012. Do you recall that?
I saw that, and I think I did not. I think I started with 2016, but he went in 2012.
Okay. Just, you have those records, they're in those records.
Yes.
And he was threatening to take a bunch of pills, and his wife, Caitlin Fairhay, stopped him. And then he had a fight, punched her, and then decided to come check himself in, correct?
I think that's what happened, yes.
Okay. And that'll kind of become a pattern, is he'll be violent with a wife, and then suddenly he'll be suicidal and in the hospital.
I couldn't hear the basis.
So certainly there is a pattern of him not being able to handle relationships, and there is a toxicity in those relationships, yes. And when he's frustrated, and again, like I said on direct, when he's upset and overly or emotionally overwhelmed, he has no tools. He goes to a psych hospital, he lashes out, he does not have the ability to handle what would be considered an emotionally charged situation.
Right, and I'm sure you're familiar with domestic violence, the phenomenon, correct?
Yes.
Being a psychologist.
Yes.
And it's kind of a common phenomenon for the abuser to threaten suicide in order to manipulate the person being abused.
I mean, that can
Seen a
be
lot.
part of it sometimes, not all the time. I'm very much not an expert in battered women's syndrome, so I do want to say that. But there are times when, yes, manipulative behavior to get somebody not to leave them is a part of this, or not to report it.
Okay, and it's so common, it's one of the things on the checklist for lethality that they always ask. Has the abuser threatened suicide before?
I'm going to take your word for it. I'm outside my specialty there.
Okay. But anyway, so when the defendant was admitted in that October 2012 Metro Health records, he had said that he was abusive to Caitlin, not the other way around.
Yes.
Right? Okay. And at one point, I think in those records, he described that he grabbed her and slapped her a few times, correct?
Again, I did review those. Yes, I remember that he was violent. He did slap her. I don't remember the specifics.
Okay. And in fact, in one of the records, I think it was 318 of the Metro Health records, it indicated that the Metro Health people checked the records for Caitlin as well and determined that she had recently come into the facility because the defendant had pushed her, causing her to hit her head. You recall that?
I don't recall that, but that doesn't, they were fairly voluminous, so it doesn't mean that it wasn't in there.
Okay.
So I certainly do not argue with you if you have found that in there.
So did you review any of the police reports regarding the defendant and Caitlin Farahay?
I did not.
Okay, and again, so you didn't review the interview of Caitlin Farahay, as we've already established. So are you then not aware of the October 27, 2012 incident where Caitlin's saying, don't smoke marijuana in the house around the baby, and then he beats her, strangles her, she wakes up, and he's looming over her with the baby saying, watch as I kill your mother?
No. I know that he was arrested for domestic violence with his first wife, but the arrest form I did not have.
And actually, in that incident, he also broke glass over her and she got cut?
Like I said, I have to take your word for it on this.
Okay. Those are all good things to know, though, right? You would agree in understanding the defendant and his progression as we get to Jamie?
Yes, I think certainly in, like I said, in an emotionally laden situation, anybody who's been married would know that that would sometimes occur in a marriage, that he has no ability to handle things. Like I said, he either is going to a psychiatric hospital, is missing, or becomes violent.
Okay, I seem to remember you testified that there were times with Jamie, moving on to the second wife. That there were times where they both got arrested and times where just she got arrested, right?
Yes.
But there was only one of them that ever got convicted, right?
So I apologize, that I don't know.
Oh. Would it have been more thorough for you to have gotten those records and determined that the defendant was the only one that ever got convicted of domestic violence between the defendant and Jamie Ivancic?
I mean, certainly that would have been helpful.
Okay. We'll talk about that a little bit later. You indicated, I believe you indicated, that you reviewed the Cleveland Police Department records.
Yes.
So, and I believe you referred to, there was a Baker Act of the defendant on April 27th of 2016. You recall that?
Hold on, let me get my notes.
And we say Baker Act, but involuntary commitment.
Involuntary commitment, because
Ohio?
I know Ohio has a different name for it. Yes, there was a missing person call on April 27, 2016.
Okay. Well, actually, if you compare that with the Cleveland Police Department records, you find out that there was on April 26, 2016 at 4:30 in the morning that there was a police call. And in that call, Jamie said that the defendant choked her out until she urinated on herself. Did you read that?
I did read that.
Okay. And then that's early morning hours. Then later in the day at 2 p.m., then Jamie's calling saying, I don't know where he is. I'm worried about him. He left a note threatening suicide, right?
Correct.
So again, we have another situation where the defendant appears to beat a girl and then is suicidal.
There's, like I said, there's so much toxicity that was going on, and his inability to handle anything from an emotional perspective leads to threatening suicide, going to a psych hospital, engaging in violence. So yes, all of that is true.
And so on the 26th, when law enforcement did come into contact with him, he indicated to them he didn't need services, he wasn't suicidal, but he ended up getting involuntarily committed anyway?
Correct.
Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. All right. You also indicated he had been committed on August 28th of 2016. You recall that?
Yes.
And that's not the whole story on that one either, is it? Because there was a call into Broadview Heights Police Department about the defendant at that time as well. Were you aware of that, or were you not provided the Broadview Heights police records?
No, I think I have them. But what I have, it talks about this incident.
Well, in that situation, law enforcement responded. The defendant was on the ground. Jamie was sitting on top of him, and he was holding her hands. And then when law enforcement spoke to Jamie, she said that the defendant had been beating her for the past year, and that he had, the day before or so, had grabbed her arms while she was driving, twisting them, causing the car to spin out of control. And she wanted to leave him, and he grabbed her and began to choke her. Do you recall reading that?
Yes, and the determination was made. And again, there was a Baker Act, which is psychiatric involuntary
Right, but
hospitalization.
You did read that, though, right?
Yes, but
And so then, instead of getting arrested, she answered.
All right, next question.
Right, and following that, that's when he's now involuntarily committed again, because once again, he's suicidal?
I think they couldn't determine. So to err on the side of caution, that's, and that's what law enforcement does.
Okay. So that hospitalization lasted a period of time, right?
I think, like I said, they were all right around either between a few days and a week.
Yeah, and because he's in the hospital at least between September 3rd or 4th, 2016 and September 17th of 2016. You'd agree?
So let me get the dates. Yes, he went in, I have, on the 7th.
And within those hospital records from Parma Community Hospital, the defendant over there says that he has been physically, verbally, and emotionally abusive to his wife for the past year. And he says that he will grab her so hard that he leaves bruises and has hit and choked her in the past. Do you recall reading that?
Yes,
Okay. And that was from him. He said that.
that was from him.
Okay. He denied any history of trauma or abuse, right?
Yes, I think the only thing that he mentioned in that was that his father had committed suicide when he was 17.
Right. And then I believe they move him to University Hospital Cleveland Medical Center during that hospital. So he starts out at the one and moves over to the other.
Yes,
And when he goes to the other one, he says that he lost his cashier job for arguing with the owner, right?
correct.
He says that he mentally and physically was abusive to his wife. He's been angry his whole life. He has a good relationship with his wife, which would be Jamie at that point.
Correct.
When he's not abusive. And he wants to learn to control his anger and not abuse his wife.
Yes,
And he also reports that he has rage episodes and he's abused a dog in the past.
yes.
All reading that? And he also has physically abused his wife.
Okay.
And to be clear, all those things I just went over are things that he said to the doctors when he was in that hospitalization.
Yes.
Okay. So he gets out September 17th of 2016, and you indicated that he is in the hospital again October 7th of 2016, I think. But really, that was an incident that started again October 5th. You'd agree? 2016?
Yes, it started before. The records say that he was hospitalized on October 7th.
Okay, and in fact, there's a Broadview Heights police report that documents how that happened, that law enforcement ends up getting called, defendant wants to kill himself, and Jamie Ivancic is reporting that the defendant choked her, threw her against the wall, and bit her on the left shoulder. You recall reading that?
Yes.
Okay, so once again, we have Jamie's getting choked, defendant's threatening suicide. You agree?
Yes.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the records indicated it was actually the defendant who called 911 to report that he was suicidal as all this is going on.
I don't remember who called. I apologize.
Okay. And those records he stays in for at least, I think he's discharged on the 12th on that occasion?
Yeah, I have the 7th through the 12th.
And is that the time that he went from the hospital into the county jail for the domestic charge?
I don't recall.
Okay.
I don't recall. I can tell you what he was prescribed. And
But
I'm sorry?
Okay, yeah, you don't remember, but on that visit on October 6th, 2016, Jamie Ivancic, who regularly would call in or regularly visit him on these hospitalizations, called in to pass a message to the defendant that their daughter Bella was seen for a dislocated elbow but is fine. You
Yes.
recall reading that?
Yes.
And the defendant said, she's an effing liar. And so the hospital staff checked, and they actually found the records where Parma Hospital had treated the child for a dislocated elbow. You recall
Yes.
that? Okay. Okay. You indicated, you mentioned Karma, Karma Stewart. To be clear, that is Jamie Ivancic's biological sister,
I believe so.
because Jamie was adopted, but she had biological sisters, at least Karma, who she was close to.
That's what I was told, yes.
And that is the person who has custody of the defendant's kids right now?
His 2 children with Jamie, yes.
Oh, that's right, because he never had a relationship with Mackenzie, his other child, right?
I think for a brief time he did, and then it wasn't long.
Okay, and that was because Caitlin Farahay, his first wife, doesn't even tell Mackenzie that this defendant is her father because of all the abuse she suffered, right? And the
So I
lies.
don't know how that happened. I don't think Mackenzie has custody either. I think her mother does. So I don't know what that child would know or not know about either of the parents.
Okay. And you mentioned during the time period that this happened, the crimes, the 3 murders that we're here about today, that the defendant was struggling because he was caring for 2 small children. I believe those were your words, right?
I mean, that's a part of it. He's also carrying the weight of what he did to their mother.
Right. Well, he
That's-
was struggling and caring for 2 children because he killed their mother, right?
Because their mother is not here to help. Yes, of course.
Right. In fact, like if you go through the defendant's history, there's a repeatedly self-inflicted wounds, right?
Yes, I mean, he can't get out of his own way, to be frank. Yes, I think that there is something clearly very wrong.
Judge, may I have a moment? All right, Judge, I don't have any more questions. Thank you, Dr. Holmes.
Any redirect comments?
Dr. Holmes, was there any denial on Shelby's part about the violence with Caitlin?
No.
And you indicated you read a transcript of the 4+ hour interview and watched excerpts, is that right?
Yes.
And did you find in there, in the transcript that, as we've all watched here in court, that Shelby confessed about everything that happened?
Yes.
The competency reports that Mr. Sarabia asked you about of Dr. Foreman and Dr. McLean, those reports, you weren't working on this case when his prior lawyers had these people on the case, were you?
I believe, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, I think it was 2021 were the dates of the reports. I was not hired until early 2023, so I never worked for his prior defense counsel, which was the public defender's office, and I was not on the case in 2021.
It was only when we came on this case
Correct.
that we got you.
Yes.
Okay. So when Mr. Sarabia was questioning you about these different Baker Act happenings or domestic violence happenings, is that part of the reason that you suggested or thought there might be also something neurological and suggested a neuropsychology expert?
Yes, he really seems to have a phenomenal difficulty with emotion, and that sounds vague, but even if we have poor coping skills, like maybe we have 2 cocktails instead of 1 after a tough day, or maybe, we exercise too much, or we drink too much coffee, or we snap at people at work or at home, or we veg out with video games or TV or whatever. Even if we have not the best coping skills, his are almost non-existent. And it's almost like he has no idea how to appropriately react to things that are emotionally laden. And again, I don't know if that has a basis in anything neurological or if that's just something he's never learned, or if he just kind of shut down after the abuse. I have no idea.
All right.
But yes, it's part of the reason why I had recommended that somebody consider some neurological etiology.
All right. Thank you. I don't have anything else.
Thank you. And we may step down. All right, members of the jury, why don't we go ahead and give you our 15-minute afternoon break. All right, we'll see you in 15 minutes. Is in the waiting room on Zoom. Are you planning on calling someone else before them?
No, the next 5 for today on.
Oh, 5 of them. Well, I only have 2 of them so far, but okay. All right, and these people are going to be relatively short?
I'm sorry?
These people are going to be relatively short as opposed to our normal long witness?
From my perspective, they're going to be short.
Okay. All right, so who's going to be your next witness? We have Lisa Chupa and Vincent Del Santa.
I'll take Mr. Del Santa has to go to work, so.
Okay, so we'll do that when we get back, okay? Thank you.
All right, so before being brief recess until the 12th quarter.
Good. Move this over here.
Guy was from missing state, court reporter like he used to be facility.
Okay.
You want to redo it with the camera again for the podium?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
I would do something with that. Camera on.
All right, I think everybody's.
One of the witnesses who's on there is the Chifa. Three of the witnesses all work together at the Chifa's place, marketplace. So they're kind of one will leave, the next one will hang in.
Oh, okay. All right, so.
And then
So there's a total of 3 of them there or 4 of them?
there will be 4. One is Vincent Del Santer, and then the other 3 are appearing from the same Zoom, but will not be in the room simultaneously.
Okay. And that's all of them for tonight?
And then there's one more after that.
And one more after that?
Do you want to adjust the TV a little bit, your screen, the little camera? It has, right now it has all of this side and Tanya, or maybe that's how we want it.
Well,
I would adjust it.
If we go more that way, then we'll just have to move the podium over this way.
No, what I'm saying, okay, no, that's fine. So the idea is to just get that, that's perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's where we were adjusting, so we didn't get the jury box.
Okay, perfect,
Yeah.
perfect, yeah, then we don't need to be in, perfect.
all right, so I'll bring him in just to make sure everything's good and working, as it always does, eventually.
Always.
Mr. Del Santer, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. All right, and are you going to put your video on or not? No.
Oh, I don't have one here.
Okay. It's okay. Right. Yeah, it's a long walk for me too. All right, so tell me when you're ready. Well, I mean, if you don't.
I'm going through my phone. I'm currently on my desktop PC.
Right. If he doesn't have a camera on his end, there's nothing we can do about it, right?
He said you may have a desktop that you can use.
All right.
The phone should have a camera.
Right, okay, the phone should have it.
Right.
Well, I'm currently on my desktop PC. I mean, I can switch over to myself, and that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, just give me 1 second, then.
Sure. Yeah, he's not Judge Federico, who still has a flip phone, so we should. Okay, let's find it.
Your Honor, jurors are in jury box and seated.
All right, welcome back, members of the jury. It's usually easier to run the race when you know where the finish line is. So the finish line for today is we're going to do 5 more witnesses on Zoom. They shouldn't be too long, and then we'll adjourn for the evening. Does that sound okay? All right, not thrilled, but okay, good. All right, defense, please call your next witness.
Vincent Del Santer.
Yes.
Sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Very good. You may proceed.
All right, please state your name for us.
Vincent Anthony Del Santer.
And Mr. Del Santer, where do you live?
I live in Brook Park, Ohio.
In Ohio, you said?
Yes.
Okay. And do you work?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And back in 2016, were you working, in the summer of 2016, were you working at Chupa's Supermarket?
Yes, I was.
Do you know Shelby Nealy?
Yes, I do.
And how is it that you know Shelby?
He was one of my coworkers.
And what did you do at Chupa's?
I was a dishwasher, which basically meant I kind of did a little bit of everything around the entire marketplace.
Okay, and do you remember what Shelby did?
To my best knowledge, I believe he was a bagger and a cashier.
All right. And did there come a time during the summertime months where he was working there where you thought that he was being abused by his wife, Jamie?
Yes, there was. There was grounds for concern. There were a lot of rumors going around from other coworkers at Chupa's. But also there was one day in particular where he did come in with a black eye, and from what I remember is he directly told me that it was an altercation with his wife.
You never witnessed any violence between the two of them yourself, right?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Was there a day when Shelby called in sick and Jamie called Chupa's trying to find him?
I don't know if he called in sick. From the day in question, I believe I came in it was for a half day later in the afternoon. And when I got there were already talks about Shelby not being there and his wife calling up there looking for him. And from what I was told is that he stayed over one of our coworker John Lee's house that night because they were getting into it. And I really didn't hear much about it after that until I walked outside to take some trash out and I ran into his wife in the parking lot.
All right, and what happened when you ran into her in the parking lot?
When I ran into her in the parking lot, she seemed kind of panicked, a little disoriented, and she just kept asking me where Shelby was, and I told her I didn't know. And at that time, I was wearing a radio, so I let them know inside that she was here, because I guess at one point they already called the, I believe it was the Parma Heights police, to let them know that she was looking for him. And then I told her that I would go inside, get John, who told me that Shelby was not there, and let him know.
Earlier that day, did Jamie, before she came to the store, did Jamie call Chupa's threatening to kill Shelby?
That is what I heard. I did not directly talk to her over the phone because I didn't really answer the phones when I worked there. But from management and other coworkers that were typically the ones picking up phone calls, they did say something like that.
All right, now let's fast forward a little bit. In February of 2018, you actually saw Shelby again, right? So this is some a year and a half later.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And how did that come about?
Shelby reached out to me on Facebook Messenger and let me know that he was in town. And I invited him over to my apartment. He came by with his kids. They were a little dirty. They had full diapers because they were just infants at the time. And we just caught up really quick. He told me he was back in town because he left his wife because he was arrested for domestic violence. So he asked me if I could watch his kids, but at the time I was working from home, so I couldn't have the background noise, so I referred him to a family friend who's a babysitter. And after that interaction, it was only about an hour. He left. I helped him load his kids into the car, and what I remember specifically was the car he was driving appeared to be his wife's car from when I saw him at Chupa's.
Okay. All right, I don't have any other questions.
All right, any cross-examination?
That last situation you were talking about, when you saw the defendant pull up in the gray Hyundai that was his wife's car, was that February 18th of 2018?
Yes.
Okay, and he said that his wife had been arrested for domestic violence and he'd left her in Florida?
That is what he told me.
So he didn't mention that he'd killed her and buried her in his backyard?
He did not.
Okay.
I feel like that probably would have been a red flag.
And you said his two kids were with him and they looked dirty and looked like they had poor hygiene at that point?
Yes, it looks like they haven't bathed in a couple days, and like I said, their diapers were full. In fact, I do believe we actually gave him a couple diapers. He changed his son right there on the floor. And it was actually pretty bad. We had to take the diaper right outside. That I do distinctly remember.
Okay. I don't have any more questions. Thank you.
Any redirect examination? All right, thank you, sir.
Yep, you guys have a good one.
Yep, you too. All right, defense, please call your next witness. Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Whoops. You're going to have to turn on your audio there. And you just have to click on that microphone with the red line there.
Okay.
There we go.
Oh, I apologize.
All right.
I apologize.
All right, do you swear to tell the truth?
I do, yes.
All right. All right, very good. You may inquire.
Thank you. Please state your name for us.
Lisa Chupa.
Okay, and Ms. Chupa, where do you live? Oh,
I live in Broadview Heights, Ohio.
all right, and could you please spell your last name for us?
CHU, P as in Paul, P as in Paul A.
All right, and what do you do up in Ohio?
I run a family market in Parma, city of Parma. It's called Chupa's Marketplace. That's family last name.
And do you run that market with your brother Paul?
Yes, I do.
All right. I want to turn your attention to the summer of 2016. Let me ask, do you know Shelby Nealy?
I remember him as an employee.
Okay. And when he was employed at the market in the summer of 2016, would you often see him with bruises and scratches on his arms and neck?
I did witness it a few times.
Now, you never saw any actual violence take place between anybody. You saw the marks, right?
That is correct.
Okay. Do you remember Shelby calling in to Chupa's one day and saying he was going to commit suicide?
I personally did not take the phone call myself, but I know one of my other managers at the time did report that back to me, that that was a phone call that she received.
And do you know why?
I can only say that, not because of anything I ever witnessed, but because of things that he was saying to other employees about his wife abusing him.
Were there any instances that you witnessed where his wife, Jamie, was verbally aggressive with him, whether it was phone call or otherwise?
I never witnessed anything, no.
Okay. Now, in February of 2018, did Shelby come back to Chupa's asking for his job back?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. And did you or your brother have a concern about rehiring him?
We did have a concern only because of the situation with his wife, and that we didn't want her to be calling and coming on the premises and causing more problems for him and at the business. Those were our concerns.
I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any
Thank
cross-examination?
you.
All right. Hang on, ma'am.
Hi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hello.
So that incident where the defendant, Shelby Nealy, came and was asking for his job back, that was in February of 2018?
I don't exactly remember the month, but I do remember it was in February. I'm sorry, in 2018, yes.
Okay. And at that time, the defendant was claiming that Jamie, his wife, was in jail or prison down in Florida?
That is correct.
Okay. And so based on the information that you were told about Jamie and the idea that she might still be alive, you did not rehire the defendant?
I do not recall what the end result was. I think that myself and my brother told him that we would discuss it and make a decision and get back with them. I believe that was kind of where we left it.
Okay. But during that time period, you were still under the impression that Jamie was alive?
Of course.
Okay. I don't have any more questions.
Thank you. Any redirect? No. All right. Well, thank you, ma'am. Who's next?
Paul Chupa.
Paul Chupa, can we have him?
Sure, give me a minute.
Great. All right, sir, this is the Judge Malone. I'm going to go ahead and put you under oath. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, very good. You may proceed, Ms.
Thank you.
Alabama.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for us?
Paul M. Chupa.
Okay, and Mr. Chupa, you live in Ohio and you own Chupa's Marketplace, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and do you know Shelby Nealy?
I remember him working at Chupa's Marketplace years ago.
Okay, and I want to turn your attention back to the summer of 2016 when he started working for you. Do you remember exactly what it was that he did at Chupa's?
He was a cashier.
Okay. Do you recall during the period of time that he was working for you that there was frequently issues with his wife that would surface?
I do.
And I think in the past you said that it was constant drama between the two of them?
That's correct.
All right. Did you ever notice anything about Shelby physically when he came to work? Scratches, bruising, things of that nature?
To be honest with you, it's been so many years ago. I don't really recall too much about the situation. I'm just going by what I know about what my sister tells me. I remember at the time, but as years go on, I have a lot of employees here, so I don't really keep up with the day-to-day of all the employees, the day-to-day drama with all the employees.
Okay. And do you recall a time in 2018 when he came back to Ohio and he wanted to see if you all would rehire him?
I do remember that, yes.
Okay. And did you have some concerns about rehiring him regarding whether Jamie was going to keep showing up or calling or things of that nature?
I had concern because of all the drama that he brought to the Chupa's Marketplace.
All right. And so as a result, you did not rehire him?
That's correct.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody else might have questions for you, so stay on.
Thank you.
All right, State, any questions? I don't have any questions. All right, thank you, sir. Can you bring in the next person? Who's the next person?
It's Cheryl Pura.
Okay. Cheryl?
I'll have to go get her. Give me
Okay.
1 second.
No problem.
Sure.
Hello.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm Judge Malone. I'm going to go ahead and put you under oath, okay? So please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay. The lawyer's going to ask you some questions now. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Would you please state your name for everyone?
Cheryl Pura.
Okay. Would you spell it for us, please?
Purpura.
Thank you.
CATRL.
And where do you work, Ms. Purpura?
Chupa's Marketplace.
Okay. And you have been employed there for quite some time?
14 years.
All right. So you were working you were working at Chupa's in the summer of 2016?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know Shelby Nealy?
Yes.
And he used to work there at Chupa's also, right?
Yes. I was his manager.
Okay. And do you recall a day when you were working and you received a phone call from a woman about Shelby?
Yes.
Did that call concern you?
Yes.
And why?
She threatened to harm the children.
Were you concerned enough to notify your boss and then have the police called?
I believe
I'm not too sure if I called or Michelle Justice called, but we were concerned because of all the drama between him and his wife. And we were concerned for the children and the welfare of the children. For
All right.
somebody to check it out.
And Michelle Justice was another worker there at Chupa's?
Yes.
Okay. Were there any other incidents that you recall of Jamie, his wife, calling the market?
Yes. She would be constantly calling, wanting to talk with him, or when he was not working, she was looking for him. At one incident, he didn't want to go home, so he decided to stay and work in produce after the store closed. And she came up with the baby in tow and wanted to speak with him outside.
Did you hear her ever yelling or being aggressive or that sort of thing?
Yes, they were in a argument outside, and I had to go outside and ask her to leave.
And did you ever see him with any injuries, bruising, scratches, anything like that when he showed up at work?
Yes.
And can you describe what you remember?
Scratches on his neck and bruising on his arms.
All right, thank you. I don't have any other questions.
State, any cross-examination?
I don't have any questions.
All right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, so is your next witness Rachel? All right, so defense, who's your next witness?
Rachel Rigby.
Okay. Ma'am, can you unmute yourself? Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I'm Judge Malone. I'm going to go ahead and put you under oath, okay? Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Very good. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself?
My name is Rachel Rigby.
Okay, and Rachel, where do you live?
I live in Ravenna, Ohio.
All right, will you spell your last name for us?
Rigby, R-I-G-B-Y.
All right, and do you work?
Yes.
Where do you work?
Alpine House of Ravenna. I'm an assistant living worker.
All right, and are you married?
Yes.
How long have you been married?
About a couple months now.
All right. And do you know Shelby Nealy?
Yes.
And approximately when did you meet Shelby?
About 2012, 2013.
All right, and you were about 14, 15 years old?
Yes.
All right, and where did you meet Shelby?
Hidden Valley Campground.
Did you say Hidden Valley Campground?
Yes.
Okay. And how did you come to meet him?
His family camped out there, and we just kind of met, became friends.
And was your family there? Were you there with your family?
Yes.
And is this something that would occur in the summertime?
Yes, every summer.
All right. Now, over how many summers did you hang out with Shelby?
2.
All right, and that was both times at the Hidden Valley Campground?
Yes.
Describe for us what kinds of things you guys would do there.
We would hang out with our friends, walk around, listen to music, and stuff like that together.
Did there come a time when you two dated each other?
Yes,
And was that something that just occurred at the campground?
yes,
And was it anything sexual in nature?
no,
And where the two of you actually lived, you lived in one city, he lived in another?
yes,
About how far away from each other did you live?
about 40 minutes or so.
So did either of you ever go to each other's houses or anything, or was this just strictly something at the lake?
At the campground.
I'm at the campground, sorry. And the actual dating part of it lasted a couple months, few months?
Yes,
Okay. Now, was the breakup a mutual sort of breakup, bad breakup? How would you describe it?
it was mutual. It was a mutual breakup.
And did you remain friends?
Yes,
Now, at some point, you lost touch with him, right?
yes,
All right. And then in 2000, well, let me ask you this. When you would hang out with Shelby and you would go on these walks or listen to music or what have you, would you two confide in each other?
yes,
And did he ever speak to you about his biological father?
some,
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
yes, some.
Okay. And tell us what he told you.
He told me that he killed himself after his birthday.
And what was Shelby's kind of demeanor like when he was talking to you about this?
He was very sad when he talked about it. I think that's why we didn't talk about it much, because it made him so sad.
Did you get the impression that Shelby was having a hard time in his life?
Yes,
And what made you think that?
sometimes he would just be like randomly sad a lot, and he wouldn't want to talk about it much.
Did he also help you with things that you were either struggling with or anything like that?
All the time, yeah.
All right. Now, the last time you two communicated was back in May of 2018, is that right? Or the last time you two texted, I guess, would be May of 2018?
I think it was July. Is it okay if I look?
Sure.
Okay. Sorry. I just want to make sure I tell you the right date. July 27th, 2018.
Okay. So now, was this Facebook messages you two had back and forth?
Yes.
All right. And did he tell you anything about his wife, Jamie, in any of those text messages?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me that she killed herself.
You later found out that wasn't true?
Yes.
And how did that make you feel?
I was upset that he lied to me.
And despite that, do you still care about him?
Yes.
Did there come a time when Shelby wrote a poem about his biological father and gave it to you?
Yes.
Can you give us sort of the overall tone, describe the overall tone of this poem that he wrote?
He was very upset.
Did you get the impression from the poem that he felt some sense of betrayal?
Yes.
Did the poem indicate that he was upset that his dad left him?
Yes.
Did you keep the poem?
Yes.
Did you actually take a screenshot of the poem?
Yes, I did.
And why did you keep it?
Because I care about him. He's my friend.
Did you send me a screenshot of that poem?
Yes.
And it's handwritten?
Yes.
Did I then send you a typewritten, that poem typed out on the computer?
Yes.
Did you compare those two things?
Yes.
And is the typed up version an accurate copy of the written version?
Yes.
And you have both of those things, correct?
I do.
All right. Judge, at this time, I would admit defense 11 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, it's admitted.
Rachel, would you go ahead and read that poem for us, if you would?
Says, where the fuck are you, Dad? You're making me angry. You're making me sad. I just want you back so I can be happy, so I can be glad. I was your fucking little boy. I was your lad. But no, not anymore. You're gone from this world and you left me to fucking rot. Obviously you didn't care about me a lot, because now I'm on the path of pain, the path I alone must fucking trot. And this is all because of you, Father. Are you proud I ended it this way? What the fuck were you thinking? What the fuck am I supposed to say? And why the fuck did you do it a day after my motherfucking birthday? Father, it's your love I crave. You said you were strong, you said you were brave, but motherfucker, I was the one kneeling before your grave. You said you were brave, you said you were strong, but god damn it, you were fucking wrong. Father, I could have helped you along, I could have fucking tried, but instead you pulled the trigger and fucking died. Then everyone asked if I was okay, and then the rest is illegible.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, thank you. Any cross-examination?
Good afternoon, Ms. Rigby.
Hello.
Do you know when the defendant gave you that poem?
Probably the first summer I was out there, yes.
So what would that have been, 2013?
2012.
2012. And on April 10th of 2018, kind of out of the blue, the defendant just sent you a message on Facebook that his wife had committed suicide?
I don't think it was out of the blue. I don't quite remember what we're talking about, but I do have all the messages.
Okay, do you have access to them?
Yes.
Are you able to scroll back? Because
Yes.
that would have been the only way you were communicating at that point, right? Facebook Messenger?
Yes. Would you like me to pull it up?
Yeah, if you don't mind. I'm trying to get it wrong. I believe the last message before that was in March 15th.
Sorry about that.
No, it's okay.
So I took screenshots of it. I can't find what we were talking about right before. Oh, here it is. It was the day before when we were talking, and he did tell me that his wife committed suicide the next day when we picked up our conversation again.
Okay. The kind of first message of the day, so to speak?
Yeah.
You didn't ask him, hey, how's your wife, or what's going on with her, right?
No.
He just started with that.
Yeah.
I don't have any more questions.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
No, sir. Thank you,
All right.
Mr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right. Any further witnesses for the day?
No.
All right. All right, members of the jury. My motion calendar is a little bit bigger tomorrow. We'll have you come in at 9:15. I'll try to buy some donuts on the way in for you. That's probably about the least I can do for you. So I will see you at 9:15, okay? Thank you. Thank you. All right, are we on schedule?
I think so from what we well, I don't know if the line schedule will finish tomorrow.
For the rearranged schedule, we're on schedule.
Yes.
All right, so when do you think we're going to finish with your case? Thursday morning?
Thursday before the public.
I think so.
Okay. Hey, do you guys know if you're going to have any rebuttals?
Possibly we might have speculation.
All right. I mean, you're probably doing this already, but get your defense, get your list of mitigators together. And so you have a nice list before we figure out jury instructions, right?
Yes, we have a limit list.
Okay, great. All right, anything else we need to talk about before we adjourn?
The other thing I'd bring up, I have unredacted copies of the two confession videos. I'd like to admit as a court exhibit in the event that there's ever a cross appeal or anything that is necessary.
Okay. All right, so I think we're up to court exhibit 3, right? Okay, so do you want 3 and 4, or do you want 3A and 3B?
Let's do 3A and 3B.
Okay.
I'll make it easy.
Right. So,
For exhibit 3.
so A is the first one, and B is the second. All right. Anything else? All right. Very good. So we'll see you tomorrow.